Douglas Ducote, an American patriot by the grace of God, do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America from enemies foreign and especially domestic.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here live today. Doug is on his way up to the Virginia Capitol grounds. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
USA! 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 USA!
So as you guys probably saw yesterday, Doug did a great interview with Senator Amanda Chase, Republican, who's been putting out information to the public. He brought you the facts and separated from the fiction. He also toured the Capitol grounds. Last night he met up with American Joe and a number of other patriots and patriot YouTubers. He just got on the ground right now. And as you can see, this is kind of the... Doug, is this the main alleyway going up into the front of the Capitol grounds? Doug, can you hear me? Now, folks, I just want to make this clear here. So Doug is there with a cellular rig. He's connected via earpiece over Bluetooth. We are live on his channel on YouTube. We are also live at youtube.com/FreedomForceTV. That's a backup channel, so make sure you subscribe over there in case this channel goes down. We are also live at DouglasDucote.com/live. We are also live on his Facebook page, The Douglas Ducote Show. And we are live on Periscope, and I'm not even sure what that's under. I believe Douglas Ducote, but he lost his Twitter account, so it's just live at Periscope, but I will tweet that out as well. Hey, Doug, are you able to hear me? I think the issue there is it's a little bit loud. Hold on one second. I'm going to check in. I've got a backup line for Doug right here.
Yes.
Okay, guys, hold on one second. Doug is actually talking to somebody off the record, so we'll get right back to him in a second. But right now, you were looking at the rally, and we'll find out from Doug how many people are there. As all of you know, this started with the Democrats taking power of the legislature and the governorship there in the state of Virginia. It was Governor Terry McAuliffe. He's a lifelong Clinton bagman, Democrat who was controlling the state of Virginia. Now it's Ralph Northam. The Democrats took control of the House and Senate and immediately started talking about all kinds of unconstitutional gun grabs. And then Virginia Citizens Defense League, who's the organization on the ground there, they're lightly affiliated with the Gun Owners of America, which I suggest you join in order to support the Second Amendment. They're doing a lot of lawsuits and stuff there in Virginia. So last week, the Virginia General Assembly, controlled by the Democrats, passed a rule change that banned concealed and open carry from inside the Capitol building. And then the governor declared a state of emergency banning open and concealed carry from the Virginia Capitol grounds. And so as this thing grew and went nationwide and a lot of Patriot YouTubers and others started picking up the story, the rally grew and grew and grew and grew. I know the Virginia Citizens Defense League, which has about 13 to 20,000 paid members in Virginia, were estimated to bring in, I believe, over 100 busloads of people. And then there's other people coming in from all over the state of Virginia and around the country. We have contacts, patriots up in Canada that were coming down for this. So we'll see how big it is. Is it hype, or is this thing going to be big? So throughout the day, so you guys know, anyone who had contributed to this coverage up until this morning at 7 a.m. got an email. So we do have a call-in line. So throughout the day, we'll be taking some calls from some of you guys who had contributed to this coverage. And then we also have some guests that are monitoring what's going on from the mainstream media side of things, and we'll be fact-checking them as the day goes on. And then Doug will be doing a lot of interviews with people and trying to cover, any shenanigans that might be going on. There's been a lot of theories, a lot of rumors that have spread around. There's been actual things that the Democrats have done. Our co-producer, Chrissy Piccolo, made a lot of calls to law enforcement over the last 48 hours.
It looks like a sardine right there.
They're moving left and right.
And we're able to talk to some of them in regards to the information that you guys got, that if you had militia patches and this, you were going to be arrested, and the police had told her that no, that was not any kind of formal order given to them. Oh, Doug, there you are. You're back on the ground?
Up there. Yeah. No, what I'm saying is going out there.
I'm heading that way. As soon as I figure out which way to go when I get up, I left or right.
I'm gonna go.
Hey, Doug, how many people does it look like are out there?
Kind of hard to tell because of the, we're just bottlenecked into one area where we can't really.
Bob Perry just super chatted $24.99. Bob, thank you very much. We appreciate that. We appreciate all the support we can get. Obviously, we raise money for this event to cover travel, equipment, the production software you're seeing. We're always adding things. We just got the ability to take live calls in. So we're growing the Douglas Ducote Show along with you guys. This is truly an independent network that you're building. And this area you would have seen yesterday when Doug was down there on the ground. He did about a 45-minute walkthrough of the Virginia Capitol grounds. So in between 4 streets, it's basically a city block. In the middle sits the Capitol building. And there's some other government buildings, including the governor's mansion, on the property. That's all fenced in. And there's only one entrance in with about 7 or 8 bays where you get checked, similar to going to the airport or going to a concert. So where they are is on the street. They're outside of the area, which you can carry outside of that area. Thank you, Connie, for the super chat, $2.99. We appreciate it very much.
Hey, the light says green.
Hey, Doug, is it noisy there?
Able to stop in the middle of the intersection. You can't go nowhere.
Hey, Doug, is it loud down there? Waiting to see here if I'm going to actually cut to the bigger screen of his. And guys, I'm anchoring and producing today. So, Doug, are you? Is it loud down there?
I'll second that motion. I just won't rep.
There's several that are communist and socialist countries.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We get it. We get it.
Let me see real quick. I have a funny feeling they're in the middle of Just give me 1 second here.
No, it's been.
Hey, what's it look like up there, man? Oh, shit.
No.
It's only short.
It's trying to connect.
That white thing. We can't go.
Can you hear me? That's one.
We can't go for that.
I just heard him on the left here.
Doug, can you hear him?
Yes.
Yes, he's here.
How can you push back without getting that potential energy against him? So he's got to do this. He's got to.
Hey, Doug, does it look like Doug, is it basically people as far as the eye can see?
I can't hear anything.
Doug, is it people as far as the eye can see?
Yeah, I can hear you now. And it is, yeah. There's probably, I don't know, probably a good 5,000 people right now.
All right, folks. So you heard Douglas say. I'll repeat some of what he says. So if you're not able to hear him because I'm sure everyone's on cell phones down there. But he said it's probably looks like there could be about 5,000 people there right now. And it's 8:45 a.m. People coming to the lobby day from the Virginia Citizens Defense League side of things. We're told to be there about 7:30. So.
Yeah, we're kind of.
You walk right into it? Wait a minute, that sounds
But that's not unusual.
So if you guys had watched the video yesterday where Doug did a tour of the Capitol grounds, you would see that basically everyone was going to be funneled up through into basically a covered sidewalk funnel that goes right into an area where there was about maybe 7 to 10 bays, sort of like TSA at the airport. They did not have, at least at that time, standing metal detectors. They were using wands.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to get out of that mess. Just too many people in a crowded area. They had it fenced off to where you're stuck there. You're literally stuck. There's nowhere you can go. And that was unsafe. The cops barricaded the sidewalks to where you had to walk only in the middle of the street, and which funneled everybody into one area, and you were stuck there.
Okay, and is that the street you came up yesterday when you went to do your Capitol grounds coverage? Doug, was that the street that you went up when you were doing your Capitol grounds coverage yesterday?
Stand by. Say that again.
Was that the street, the crowded street you were on? Was that the street you went up during your Capitol grounds coverage yesterday?
And it wasn't.
Not sure if are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hey, hold on a second. Can you pick up one of those shirts so we can see it?
Sure.
There it is. That says it all right there. A governor is an idiot. Of course, I'd add an F in there somewhere. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. As you guys are on the ground there, what people are interested in, I'm looking at the live chats right now. You know, make sure.
Speciality, I'm running for U.S. Senate against Mark Warner. I'm out here collecting signatures today. I got to get 10,000 signatures, and I know that there's going to be 100,000 Virginia patriots out here that want to fire Mark Warner. I'm a 28-year Army intelligence community. I competed. I'm the bulldog in a fight, but I know that.
Okay, I can't hear him at all now.
Oh, I wasn't even talking. I was just letting that guy talk. Can you hear me? I wasn't talking, Doug. I was allowing. I wanted to hear what that guy had to say. Can you hear us?
Okay, I heard him now.
CDL bumper stickers. CDL bumper stickers. What are that guys?
What we're going to do, if you can hear me, is we're going to try and find a spot where we're not completely. That might be better.
All right, guys. So as you can see, it's pretty noisy down there. Doug actually has a double Bluetooth and one from a phone line as a backup and one from the live show so that he can hear callers and stuff when you guys call in. But it's really noisy down there, so he's trying to get to a spot where he can report from. Can you hear us now, Doug?
Yes, I hear you.
Oh, great.
So, just going to try and get my gloves on because I can't feel my fingers.
What do you think? What do you think it is down there, Doug? It was supposed to be about 20 degrees today, right? Can you hear us on here?
Okay. Can you hear me now, Dustin?
Yes. Can you hear us or no? Can you hear me? I'm gonna go to the phone audio because I think your rig audio is back down again. So I'm on the phone audio now, so you can hear me.
Okay, I hear you by left ear. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, last night I was pretty convinced that the turnout wasn't going to be what we're seeing, based off of when we walked around the grounds yesterday. There was nobody here. We might have saw 50 people, if you would have watched the video we did yesterday. And I'm thinking, well, if 100,000 people came into this city, they would be down here checking this out, especially if they're patriots and or veterans, military or law enforcement. They'd want to know, what the situation looks like. Check out the streets, exits, entrance, all that kind of stuff. And there was nobody here. So either my thought was that either there wasn't going to be that many people showing up actually, or they were going to drive in this morning. And it appears that they drove in this morning because
Okay, it appears we're losing Doug's audio right now. Also, what's quite interesting is that all of our streams are super crisp, and it appears YouTube is limiting bandwidth or something like that right now. But Doug, we lost your audio. Yeah, we're not picking up any audio on your microphone. Look at the front of the camera and see if that mic receiver is showing that it is connected in there. I want to thank Michael Sanders, just donated $20 through Super Chat. Right to bear arms is a natural right. This means that no one can take this right away. Doug, while you guys are working on the audio, I am going to cut over to show a little bit of Doug's coverage from yesterday, where he was live on the Capitol grounds giving a tour, and that way we can get his audio patched in. So let me just get that loaded up for you real quick, and this will give you an idea what this place looks like from the perspective of an empty layout where he was yesterday. So I'm going to cut to that, and then we'll get his audio fixed up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is producer Dustin Gold in the Douglas Ducote Show headquarters control room. Douglas has just gotten to Virginia last night. He's going to do a little recon on the Richmond, Virginia Capitol grounds. As he's walking up the sidewalk, you can see here there is some railing that's been put up from where he parked as he's walking to the Capitol grounds. He went by a big row of porta potties. Obviously, those were put out for this event. Hey, Doug, when you've been in Richmond so far today, does it seem really busy?
There's a lot of people walking around, basically news media people. Hold on a second. News media and a bunch of other patriots. I haven't seen any Antifa or anything like that.
All right, I'm going to adjust your audio level a little and bring it up. Just give me a test, 1, 2, 3.
Hold on, I probably need to be facing that. Testing 1, 2, 3.
One more time.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, got it. So, Doug, the area you're in now, okay, guys, so we're back live with Doug again. He's got audio back on the ground there.
Yeah, hey folks. So a few things. Number one, we haven't seen any of the bad element as far as like Antifa or any of these people that are supposed to be coming down here and stirring up problems. So that's good. The other thing is we've got a massive amount of folks coming in here that all appear to be pro-gun, so that's even better. And it's cold, but we will deal with the cold. That's for damn sure. This is the area right here. There's so many people piled in here because they're trying to funnel everybody into one area to get in or out of this place, and that's what we got right here. Somebody's got to go through there and get searched and make sure they don't have guns on them and walk into an unarmed area.
Hey, Doug, what the audience is asking about is, you know, a lot of this information spread the last couple of days from what Senator Amanda Chase put on Facebook, and it went viral about people wearing militia patches would be labeled as a domestic terrorist. We did a full interview with her yesterday. You guys should check that out. Doug was able to start to separate some of the fact from fiction. What the audience, is just begging you, please, Doug, keep the camera rolling all day. Watch for false flags and all this other stuff. That would be, Antifa embedded amongst you guys. So far, a lot of the people are watching and they're like pointing out who looks suspicious and who looks like they could be an infiltrator. What are you seeing so far on the ground?
Well, to me, it appears, I can say, well, I see a few people that look like they might be here that shouldn't be in the Patriot group. But then again, you don't know, they're not doing anything stupid yet. So that's good. We just got to, keep our eyes out and pay attention and watch our six.
Do you see anyone inside of Capitol grounds right now?
Oh, yeah. Several thousand.
Okay, that's it. So behind the black fence, and that's a permanent fence, correct?
Yeah, through that fence and to the right. See that tent area over there?
Yeah, is that the area that you showed yesterday?
Yes, everybody's got to go through there and get wanded and take everything out of your pockets and all that kind of good stuff.
Right, so you walk up that covered pathway, and then at the end, that's where that 7 or 8 bays was, where you get wanded and checked like you're at the airport.
That's correct.
And how many people are you guessing you could see out on the streets right now outside of the Capitol grounds?
I'm going to take a guess to say about 5,000.
So you'd say there could be upwards of 10 and above right now?
There's probably about 5,000 people here right now. And growing, obviously. I mean, they're coming in from all over.
Oh, wow. There's some people in the chat, they wanted to know if you ran into Alex Jones at all.
I have not seen Alex Jones. And I don't intend to see Alex Jones. And I have no idea where he's at, but I did hear that he was here. So, I don't know.
Yes, I know. Some people were putting out tweets yesterday. I know Brian from High Impact Flicks was looking to try to interview him. I don't know if he did.
Do not know.
A lot of people are asking. I know this is a running theme, and a lot of people have been talking about it in your videos in the comments. We've been getting a lot of emails on this. President Trump did tweet the other day, essentially said, "Hey, Democrats won. They're going to take away your guns." That Republicans will win in 2020. There are no state races in 2020 in the state of Virginia. So I assume he was talking about federal elections and his own election. But people are asking you your opinion on that. Why do you think the president hasn't spoke more on this yet?
That I can't answer. I wish he would have, and he should be talking about the large amount of people that showed up out here. But I don't know. He's got better things to do, I guess, today.
I would imagine at some point he's going to have to tweet or say something. I mean, myself personally, I would have liked to see him come to the presidential podium in the last couple of weeks and say, hey, Patriots, I got your back. As soon as this guy signs an unconstitutional bill, I will instruct my attorney general to file lawsuits and to take it to the Supreme Court. And we'll win this thing constitutionally.
Correct.
Mo, thank you very much for the super chat. She said, stay safe and love from Hong Kong.
What?
No. Hey, Doug?
Still find out. Yeah, go ahead.
Are those orange stickers, are those Guns Save Lives, the stickers that Virginia Citizens Defense League puts out?
Yes, correct.
All right, folks, so Virginia, there we go, Guns Save
When I get
Lives.
my paycheck, it's this long of the Dutch.
Believe it. I know.
The 17 of them. 17
Thank you.
Dutch.
You're welcome.
I just got mine.
Okay. And we have people
Here.
on the ground there that live in Virginia. Magdalene Rose, who is a regular on our show, and Doug's been on her show. She's the 20-year-old conservative. She's on the ground, lives in Virginia, and she said that VCDL has been flooding the state over the last 4 to 6 weeks. That Gun Save Lives sticker has been put on everything and everywhere. So those guys have been doing their part.
Now, see, this is, when I was talking yesterday, can you hear me, Justin?
Yeah,
I don't hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, so when I was mentioning yesterday, the way they set this up, the street closures and whatnot, and how I felt, at least from a veteran law enforcement perspective, it was just not safe if something was to go sideways. All right. So behind me, this street's completely blocked off. We thought we were going to be able to go through here and come around, but there's so many people been funneled in here, you can't. There's another freaking barricade blocking off the entire damn street, and police on the other side of it.
Try to go that way.
I found a picture of one of the roofers.
Doug, are you seeing a lot of law enforcement down there right now?
Yeah, there's a cop every 50 feet at least.
Now, I will say yesterday, Doug was able to talk to an officer, on camera. They're technically not supposed to go on record from what we've heard, but he had said that he was a state police and had come from miles away. And we've been hearing reports from American Joe and other streamers that Doug knows who have been on the ground the last 24 hours as well. That, they brought state troopers from all over the state. Our co-producer, Chrissy Piccolo, has been in touch with Capitol Police, local police, and state police, trying to confirm policies and things like that over the last 24 to 48 hours. She actually talked to a few later today as it gets slower. If we have any audio problems, we will run some of her tapes for you guys so you can hear the police departments in their own words. Joe Blow sent $10. Morning Vets. Thank you very much, Joe Blow. Hey, Doug, can you hear me? I've got a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Brian Young from High Impact Flicks is down there. You've been on a couple of red flag panels with him on American Joe channel, but as someone who served your country in the military for 18 years, 4 combat tours, as someone who was law enforcement for almost a decade, and my father was law enforcement, a PI. I grew up around cops. You know, sometimes people get upset because they automatically believe in a case like this, the police are against us. How do you separate what you do now, which is bringing fact over fiction, versus, you know, your loyalty to your brothers in law enforcement? How do you, in these two different worlds, how do you manage that?
Oh, look, every police officer that I've spoken with down here so far, we've spoken to numerous ones from the different agencies, they support what we're doing 1,000%. Okay. Sadly, the police chiefs of the cities are nominated by the mayor and put in position by the mayor, so they have to answer to the mayor. Where the sheriff's department, the sheriffs are elected by the people. So these guys don't like the fact that
Virginia
the
voters,
mayor
like send Mark
of
Warner home, I need signatures.
this town is, you know, a Democrat, and he puts in place Democrat members of to be police chiefs.
Right. And Maria Marquez just sent a super chat. She said, stay safe and speak the truth. Thank you guys for the live stream. Thank you very much, Maria. Yeah, Doug, and I think you're right. And that's part of what, you know, people need to understand is, you know, and I've dealt with this in political issues and saw the city that I grew up in and around, New Haven, Connecticut, go the same way. As the city becomes more liberal, whether by way of demographic warfare, you know, and they elect a very liberal mayor and they become entrenched and they hire the police chief. And if the police chief is a kiss ass or the police chief is a liberal himself, if they control that city for long enough, they start to transform the police department because they end up hiring a lot of cops and stuff that come out of liberal communities. And that's what happens when liberals take over cities. You're going to end up in this type of situation. Neil Galinas sent a super chat. Let freedom reign true. Love to all there supporting my rights. Please stay safe. God bless you, Neil, and thank you very much.
Hey, Dustin, can I get you to do me a quick favor?
Yes.
Send a text to American Joe and ask him where his exact location is at the moment.
Working on it right now.
Thanks.
Okay, and we're seeing some reports that American Joe's feed was cut. So I texted him. Let's see if he gets back to me here. Mike Farmer just sent a super chat. Doug, thank you for doing this. Watch your back there.
Oh, yes, we definitely are doing that. And thank you.
Yeah, so as soon as Joe gets back to me, I will let him know.
When it broke?
We're going to go to the location that we had chose to be a rally point. Well, I just don't know that I can get there. Well, we're going to meet our group of Patriot 17, I like to call us, because there's 17 of us.
They've got phones.
But I don't know that I can get there because the way law enforcement has streets blocked off and funneling everybody into just one area, you're just kind of freaking stuck.
Hang on, someone, let's see, at Lassie Global Media War News Network, to the guy broadcasting for Doug, would you please get my messages across? Scroll back and look and pay attention, damn it. Yeah, at Lassie, I'm doing a lot of stuff. Can you please just email me at Dustin@DouglasDucote.com with everything you want me to get to Doug? Because there's like 3,000 people watching live and chatting, and I can't really keep up with the chat. Joe just texted. He said he's in front of the Capitol at 10th and Franklin.
Okay, I'm at 9th and Franklin, so let's see.
And just so everyone knows, without saying too much, last night Doug had, after he interviewed Senator Amanda Chase on the record and he did the tour of the Capitol grounds, he was able to meet up with American Joe and some other Patriot YouTubers and Patriots. So that is where he's heading over to see where they're at and what they're up to. Yeah, and I see a lot of people saying American Joe's stream went down. Hey, just so you guys know, if streams go down, it's not automatically, and I'm not saying that Google or YouTube is not doing this, but it's not automatically that. There's a lot of cell phones active in this area right now, a lot of bandwidth being used. People have different cell plans, so a lot of that could come into the equation as well. So I don't put it past Google and YouTube, but we don't know that for sure. It's just in a high traffic area like this, you're not going to have great cell coverage.
Yeah, one of the other problems is with the, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, one of the other problems is that with these big tall buildings, it's hard to get regular cell service, much less trying to do this. And where he's at 10th and Franklin, we're going to try and go over there right now, but I hope we don't lose the signal as well. I don't know that they're jamming it, or I don't know that they're trying to shut it down. It may just be because we're surrounded by that area is surrounded by these tall buildings. So
hey, Doug,
yeah.
Crazy Ferret Lady just sent a super chat. She said, do you think they plan another false flag? Be brave, act wise, and stay safe. You guys are awesome. Greetings from Norway. World is watching closely. So, someone from Norway. Thank you, Crazy Ferret Lady.
I don't think there's going to be a false flag. I mean,
there's a lot of Gadsden flags there, I see.
Yeah, there is a lot of that. Okay, we're going to keep walking and try and make it around this block.
David Newton just sent a super chat. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Stay safe. Thank you very much, David. Thank you, everyone who's sending super chats. We appreciate it very much. We are trying to, truly grow this independent media coverage into a small network. There's, 4 of us that work on this pretty much full time, and it's all funded by you guys and a few small family-owned conservative sponsors. We don't have investors or anything like that, no corporate sponsors. But the ultimate goal is to end up being able to build this out as a little network, an app-based network, and start to get other Patriot YouTubers on board and other content creators who are always trying to seek and bring you the truth. And that's where we are headed with this, and being able to stay completely independent is what we want.
One of the things that I hope is happening right now is I hope the members of the legislation, the legislators here in Virginia that are Democrats are paying attention to the amount of people that have funneled into this area. And there's twice this many, I'm thinking, this is just my assumption from walking in, twice as many that haven't been able to get to this point where we're at yet. And once again, the cops have another street blocked off. So we're just like screwed, literally. You can't go anywhere. Once you're in here, everything's all blocked off.
Well, let me ask you this, Doug. I mean, that's part of what you covered with, and you're in the area right now outside of the Capitol grounds where you're allowed to carry, right?
Yes.
So there's layers of blockades or barricades that are keeping you confined to certain areas even outside the Capitol grounds.
That is correct. They only opened up like 2 ways to get into this area, which I didn't realize they were going to block off the side streets, but they did. And they've even blocked off the side walls to where you can't even walk along the side of a building or get out of here. You know, it is what it is.
So Desiree, she's a friend of yours, Desiree?
Yes.
I'm just giving you some updates, and guys, if I give Doug updates, I'm doing it on the air because these are things that you guys are sending to us, so he could comment on it and scan the crowds. But doesn't mean it's real, and it doesn't mean these are credible sources. It doesn't mean they're verified. I'm just giving him some stuff coming in from you guys. So Desiree said, "Hey, dark web chatter says internet will be shut down soon. Snipers sighted on buildings. Tell Doug." Please. So I'm just reporting to you what Desiree said.
Yeah, okay. Those guys are law enforcement, by the way, and yes, they are on top of buildings.
Yes, and look, for anyone who doesn't know, even in normal circumstances with any kind of large crowds, whether that be concerts, sporting events, when the president comes to town, any of that kind of stuff, it is a standard operating procedure for there to be law enforcement snipers taking the high ground. I mean, that is pretty normal, right, Doug?
Yeah, yes, exactly. Plus, we got helicopters overhead. So if there was somebody up there that wasn't supposed to be up there, that would have been taken care of. I mean, you can pan the camera over here to the top corner of that building, the brown building with the green awning. You can see 2 people right there.
Hang on, let me see if which is it, the building that's closest to us or the one behind it?
If you see the crane, the American flag hanging from the crane, if you look to the left, that building.
Okay, so there's two people on top of there.
Yes.
Okay, and that's what a lot of people, when they were watching your Capitol grounds coverage yesterday, a lot of military guys were saying, "Hey, if I were hired, I'd be up on top of the crane." But Shooter 59 sent a super chat. Texas Patriots stand with Virginia Patriots. Thank you, Doug. Well, thank you very much, Shooter.
All right, we're going to keep walking a little bit.
Good luck.
So,
Then we gotta go all the way out of the I got on the radio. That Main Street that's down there.
Yeah, and just to anyone in the chat, because across multiple channels and streaming right now, we've got over 6,000 people watching, and the chats are moving so quickly. If you guys, and please use this conservatively, but if you guys have any information that you want to get to me, that you want me to ask Doug about or get to Doug, please email me at dustin@douglasducote.com. That's the easiest way. I've got a caller on the line. Hold on, I'm going to go to the caller right now, and then if you can't hear him, Doug, I'll just repeat what he says.
sounds great.
Hello, who's on the line? Hello, is someone on the phone line? Oh, I'm sorry. What was it, sir?
This is Dan of Ohio.
Oh, we have Dan from Ohio on the line. Hey, Dan, thank you very much for your contribution. We appreciate it, sir.
Sure thing. I appreciate what you guys are doing.
Wonderful. So what question or comment do you have for Douglas?
I really don't have any questions per se. I just want to, I'm not even a gun owner, but I support the Second Amendment and I support what you guys are doing. And I just love what you're doing. So, I mean, I don't have a lot of questions. I just want to see what's going on and lend my support the best I can. I can't be there physically, so I figure I'd, kind of help out financially what I could. So.
Wonderful. So
Thank you very much. We sure do appreciate it.
I really don't have any questions per se. I just want to. I'm not even a gun owner, but I support the Second Amendment and I support what you guys
Okay.
are doing.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a loop back real quick, but
I mean, I don't have a
but hey, we appreciate it very much. Thank you.
I want to see what's going on. Yeah, sure thing. Is there a video to this?
Yeah. We're actually live right now on YouTube. We're live at YouTube at Douglas Ducote. We're live on YouTube at Freedom Force TV. We're live on DouglasDucote.com/live. And we're also live on his Facebook channel at The Douglas Ducote Show.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, well, thank you very much, and God bless you. Have a great day. All right, folks, I want to thank, let's see, Rockin' Flaw for a super chat. Florida Patriots are with you. Stay safe. Our gun rights are forever.
Thank you for your service, brother. Right veteran than myself.
Cool.
Retired
Hey.
U.S. Army.
Cool. I'm gonna retire early. Did 12.
Oh, that's all. That's great, brother. Thank you.
Cool.
Watch
Hey,
your step right here.
Doug,
Yeah.
the audience is asking. Doug said there was about 5,000 before. What are you guessing now? Does it seem like the crowd is growing?
Yeah. I'm trying to shoot down. Well, of course, it's right into the sun. Down Main Street here. Let me try and hold this up, baby. Let me get on with it just a little bit. As far as you can see down there is people coming in from all different directions. And then, of course, to this direction, that's right heading towards, that's Bank Street and 9th, I believe. And I've lost audio.
Oh, no, you didn't lose me. I was just I was
Okay, there you are. Still there.
I was reading
Okay.
some comments that were coming in, seeing. Okay, no. Some people are telling me that some of the audio is bad, but they've been watching a lot of streams, including even Alex Jones, who obviously, as far as alternative media goes, would have the highest end equipment possible. So, yeah, look, I mean, can they be blocking signals? Yeah, I mean, they have cell blocking equipment. That's a known reality, but I don't necessarily think that's what's going on right now. We're in a high traffic area. There's high buildings, a lot of cell coverage, a lot of bandwidth. So you're going to end up with some audio problems and things like that. It's just the nature of the beast, especially for small operations like ours. I want to thank Julie Tercio Sevilla for the super chat. Prayers from Sterling, Virginia. Thank you very much, Julie. We appreciate that.
Yes, indeed. Very much appreciated.
Okay, so Desiree is, let's see, Desiree is talking to me. She's saying that live streams are being shut down, a number of channels, and also 5 snipers spotted on buildings. Yeah, and Doug, we just showed, he spotted a couple up there. But again, I mean, you got to separate fact from fiction, right? So snipers on buildings are normal in an event like this, especially when a lot of people are going to be armed. I mean, that's what happens. Now, you would hope that the law enforcement is there to protect, law-abiding American citizens. And that's where you have, kind of false flag conspiracy theory versus real protocol. Could there be bad elements? Yeah. I mean, Doug last night in his interview with Senator Amanda Chase acknowledged, there is a bad elements. There is this deep state that's, trying to coup against the president and have done other things. So, yeah, there could be. But right now, there's no proof of that. So we got to try to separate fact from fiction.
Look at this guy right here. This guy is, he's big. He's big American Joe.
It's good. People don't hit my car when I'm walking. Hit me when I'm walking the streets. Like a deer. Holy hell! It is frigid up here, man. We were up there in front of the Capitol.
Yeah.
It's peaceful. It's calm. And it is a kill zone.
We tried to meet you guys over at the 10th in Franklin, where the subway was.
Yeah.
Couldn't get over there once we got into there.
There's
Okay, so I got a bunch of, I got like 30 bikers for Trump around this area looking for me somewhere.
Okay.
What? Oh, good to have you. What's going on out there? Is this a good turnout or what? And I don't think the thing's got started yet.
Okay, so my channel would like to hear what you have to say about this event.
Well, I think it's interesting. We got a treasonous criminal governor who locks a bunch of law-abiding citizens in a cage without their weapons, and then he takes off and hides in a bunker somewhere. And then you got tens of thousands, maybe 50,000, who knows how many people are here, coming from all over the country to fight for the Second Amendment.
Yep.
This isn't about Virginia, folks. This is about all of us. And this is the starting point. And I see over there a cage with thousands of disarmed Americans surrounded by snipers on all the rooftops. What do you think is going to happen here today? We'll find out. We'll find out.
Exactly. I mean, my sentiments exactly. They funneled everybody into an area where if something did go sideways quickly, you're not getting out anytime soon. We've got running all over each other, stepping on each other, people getting massively injured. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm not going to go in there without my weapon on me.
Well, that means we're not going inside the cage. That's what that means.
Yeah.
We'll be happy to stand outside.
You know,
This is just a small piece of it here. We've got all along the side streets, thousands of people.
You know, what I've been saying that's unique to me, at least, is that, you know, the Democrats did want fencing along the border. They don't want walls along the border,
Right.
But they're okay having walls and fences to keep unarmed American patriots locked into an area.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to try to find my. I got a
Okay.
big group of people. Are you guys going to keep walking around? Or what are you guys doing?
No, we're just going to keep reporting.
All right. How you doing, sir?
Okay, folks.
All right, brother. Be
We'll
safe
keep
out
running.
here.
Yeah, you too, bro. What's
So
that?
that's it, folks. That was a
Okay.
U.S. Navy.
so, folks. That was
Very cool. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go down Main and try and go up the next block and see if we can get back in front of the Capitol, or at least on the side of the Capitol. But I don't know that that's going to happen.
all right, folks. And that was American Joe. I want to thank Fitz ML who sent a super chat. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you very much.
So that was American Joe. So contrary to popular belief, Doug and Joe are not the same person.
We are not. He will not even allow me to claim to be an actual brotherhood until my beard grows out to at least where he's at right now, although his will get bigger over time.
So Doug, what are you about a block or two away from the Capitol grounds right now?
I am 1 block away from the Capitol grounds. And once again, it appears that this block there's no getting through.
Right. So as just to repeat for people tuning in, yesterday Doug did live coverage at the Capitol grounds to show everyone what's referred to as the death trap or the kill box or the cage that's surrounding the Capitol grounds. But Doug has also discovered here today that we're also running into various blockades and barricades around areas surrounding the actual cage itself.
And there's another person on top of the building on the corner right there.
Can you just pan up at that so we can take a look? Oh, yeah. Okay, guys. So see in the... Hang on. Let me go to the full shot. You see over the edge there? So there's a person up on the building right there. On the right-hand corner. 2 windows in from the left. So you can see someone up on top of the building. But again, you know, just to separate fact from fiction, as Doug mentioned, that's kind of standard operating procedure in any kind of large, crowded event like this. I want to thank Dave Hodges, or the Groove, just sent a super chat. Dave Hodges just announced Northampton is meeting today with Israeli nation regarding getting a hold of noise suppression, highest technology. Dave then states if and when this really happens, this is impeachable. Doug, we lost I believe you actually lost a cell signal. So let me, guys, I'm going to go back and I'm going to run, continue to run the footage from Doug's Capitol grounds investigation yesterday while we get him patched back in. I'm just happen to be familiar with this kind of stuff, but those big white balls that you see there, that's typical. Road barricades, so people can't drive a car through that area. They have those all around sports stadiums and stuff like that in various forms. So, do those look like permanent structures?
Brought in here for this. No, okay. They're not. They're brought in here for this.
Okay, so those are temporary structure, but yeah, those are to prevent people from plowing through with a truck similar to the Terrablock system we've been talking about.
Still waiting.
Yeah, correct.
So that is, are we looking at the Capitol building, Doug?
Yeah, that is Capitol building.
So that's the Capitol building.
We're going to go find out. We're going to walk over here and see what it takes to go through the security and walk onto the actual grounds itself.
Okay. So folks, again, this is producer Dustin Gold with the Douglas Ducote Show in the headquarters. Doug is on the grounds in Richmond, Virginia. He's doing a little recon for tomorrow's Second Amendment rally, taking a look at the Capitol grounds. As everyone is aware, as Doug's been doing updates over the last week, it all started with the General Assembly in Virginia, led by the Democrats, passing a House rule that banned individuals, citizens, from carrying their firearms into the Capitol building and the Pocahontas Legislative Building, which you were allowed to do until last week. And then Governor Ralph Northam, also a Democrat, declared a state of emergency. And all right, guys, just hang in there for one more second. We're trying to get Doug back up and running. His cell signal dropped there. So I'm going to continue to play this video from yesterday, then we'll get him back on the line. In the state of emergency, banned weapons from the Capitol grounds as well, which is basically a city block contained between 4 roads. And he banned weapons from going on to Capitol grounds. And then the Virginia Citizens Defense League, the advocacy group who is leading the lobby day, filed an injunction. They lost in court. That went to the Virginia Supreme Court, as Doug covered. And then that was upheld by the Supreme Court. So as of right now, no weapons will be allowed on Capitol grounds. They've secured the place with what they're calling chain link holding pens. It's being widely reported even by mainstream media. And Doug is there right now on the ground to take a look at this. Guys, we're back live with Doug. We've got the signal up and running again. So can you guys hear me? All right, there we go. So we're back on with Doug. So I believe he's walking around trying to get around
He's
to the
coming off.
other side.
Yeah. Very well.
So, Doug, where are you heading to?
Trying to get to the front of the Capitol so I can get a shot of that.
What was that? I said this does look like it's been.
All right, guys, so Doug is heading up to the front of the Capitol, trying to get there so he can get you guys a shot of what that looks like. And Doug, you haven't seen, people want to know, you haven't seen any National Guard or anything, right?
None at all.
All right, so guys, that's the front of the Capitol you're looking at there. We're going to go back into a zoom shot.
Yeah. So, as you can see, there's a good, probably 3,000 people inside the fenced-in area where you can't have weapons. And then everybody on the outside here with weapons. Of course, those that are on the inside are patriots as well. They just chose to be up close enough and not have their gun on.
And what were they chanting, Doug? We will not comply? Doug, what were they chanting down there? We will not comply?
They were chanting abort Northam.
Blackface! How many of you guys have ever put blackface on your life? Not me! Not once!
So for anyone who doesn't know, the chant abort Northam is obviously in direct reference to the fact that Governor Ralph Northam on a radio show several months ago had essentially supported infanticide, which is to kill the child once it is actually born. So, Doug, when we're looking up at the Capitol there, we see some fencing. That's the fencing that's the actual Capitol grounds perimeter?
Yeah, the block fence is the fence that was here to start with from when they built this. And then you can see the chain link fence, which is what they put in the past 48 hours.
And that, for your audience, that is the area where you are not allowed to go in with weapons, correct?
That is correct.
We will not comply. She will not comply. He will not comply. She will not comply. We 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 will not comply. That's crazy. We will not comply.
What?
We will not comply. Second Amendment rights. We will not comply.
Okay, if you can hear me, we're going to try and get out of this bottleneck right here.
Okay, we got you loud and clear. Robert Cochran, thank you for the super chat. Natural law gave us the right to defend. Natural law gave us the right to defend ourselves. Man's law will try to take that away incrementally. Stand your ground. Thank you very much, Robert. I agree with that.
USA! 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 USA!
Hey, Doug, Dustin, do they know about the 1-800 Doug USA?
Yeah, that's all taken care of. Don't say that publicly.
Here, hold this a second.
Hey, what are you doing?
Can you grab it?
So, yeah, and I want to take the time to thank everyone who's donated through our various fundraising campaigns. I know they're saying a lot of people are losing signals there and everything else. You know, we have to thank you guys over and over again, because as we are remaining independent and only beholden to you guys, we have a couple small conservative sponsors with no strings attached. It's because of you we're able to buy this software that we're using to produce this. It's because of you that we're able to get the camera equipment we have on the ground. So whether that be Politico, whether that be this, whether this be the border, all that comes from you guys.
We will not comply. We will not comply. We will not comply. We will not comply.
We're right in front of you.
These people might be looking out of those doors just to make sure we're covering, their
I
cover.
think these are keeping so they flip me off as we walk.
Hey, Doug, could you tell from the way you guys circled around,
I don't know.
was that whole Capitol grounds area covered that you saw yesterday, or not the whole thing?
I'm sorry, say that again.
From what you saw yesterday, does it look like, from your vantage point, is like that whole Capitol grounds area covered with people, or not the whole thing?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, it's the whole Capitol grounds area. I've got keeping my eye on 3 guys that appear to be, my assumption, Antifa folks, just for the way they acted as they walked past me and flipping me off like I'm just walking around with a microphone. One's wearing a rainbow jacket, like the snowflakes do in California. They're young, they're probably 18 years old, and they don't fit in here at all. Yeah, there they are.
Is that what? Yeah, hang on. Let me go to the wide shot over here. If you guys could just do what you're doing, scan them a little. Let's just get them on video in case anything occurs.
I'm gonna see if I can get them talking.
Yeah, see if we can interview them.
Guns save lives! 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 Guns save lives!
Hey, would you like to talk to me on the Douglas Ducote Show about what you think of this rally so far?
I would love to.
Yeah. What do you think?
I feel like it's a great thing getting all these people out here motivated by stuff like this. Just to see a community come together.
And have you seen any kind of violence from anyone, or everybody's acting real nice and polite?
I haven't seen any violence so far here at all. It's been pretty good.
Okay, very cool. And you're all from this area?
Yeah, I'm from Virginia.
Okay. Well, thanks you for being on here. All right.
Stand up, Virginia! Stand up, Virginia! Stand up, Virginia!
Stand up,
Virginia!
Yeah, it's so loud in there. We're having a hard time hearing you.
Okay, we're going to try and move a little bit away from the bullhorn and go that way.
The audience said thank you very much for for covering that. Look, people come in all shapes and sizes and colors. I mean, they look kind of like Bernie Bros to me, but who knows, you know?
Thanks, sir, brother. Thanks, brother.
As the audience wanted me to tell you, Doug, they said, don't ever trust anyone in a rainbow jacket with a man bun.
Yeah, so anyhow, when as they were walking past me, the guy in the rainbow jacket, just for no reason at all, just flips me off. And I'm thinking, okay, that just doesn't seem right, doesn't look right. Why even do that? Had me want to go talk to him.
Hey, Doug, the audience is asking if you could give another estimate of what you think is there right now, numbers-wise.
I say we're probably pushing close to about 20,000.
All right, guys, he said about 20,000. Some other people were asking if you get an opportunity later to circle back around to the woman with the megaphone and see who was with her. People are just suspicious that someone would be like screaming in there, and we're trying to rile everybody up.
Yeah, we will. Now there's 2 helicopters up above.
All right, it looks like we might be freezing up a little bit over here. Yeah, he might have lost signal again. So I'm going to work on getting him back up and running. So everyone knows I'm Dustin Gold, Douglas' producer. Oh, there we go. We're back. We've got his audio back. Here we go. I just want to take a moment to thank Popeye Rouse for the super chat. Our church in Panhandle, Florida, we are all praying for you all, and thank you for what you're doing. You have our support throughout the Panhandle, Florida, and the community. Bless you all. Oh, we're dropping audio signal again. Let's see. Camera's still up, but audio signal is gone down a little bit, guys. So I'm Douglas's producer, Dustin Gold. So as we have problems, I will cut to videos we shot yesterday, and we'll get things patched back up for you. It looks like he's back now.
AAC.
I want to thank JWL for the super chat. Thanks for your efforts, Douglas. Thank you, JWL. Thank you to everyone who's donated again.
Yes.
Our coverage is
completely
completely 100% funded by you guys and a small conservative family-owned businesses with no strings attached. So when you guys donate, it allows us to do the border investigation that we've been putting out. It allows us to cover this, to cover Politicon and events. And, you know, our ultimate goal is to be doing this all the time for you guys in partnership with you guys. So we want to only answer to you. Magical Trevor, Super Chat, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. And Doug, for all you're doing. The more eyes we have on these punks, the less of a chance they have to hurt people. You're doing the people's work. We are the news now. Yes, we are. Thank you very much, Magical Trevor. And Julie Nelson sent a Super Chat. Stay safe, Doug. Prayers are sent to you and Marilyn on the ground.
Hey, can we see your sign? Very cool. Thanks, brother.
Oh, Doug, what is the mood like down there?
It's very happy. People are having a good time. They're you know, everybody seems to be relaxed, even law enforcement. You know, it's going off so far very smoothly, and appears to be no problems or no issues anywhere. But
Yep, hold on. We're losing his audio again. I believe it appears the area they're standing in now is got some spotty cell coverage because, as you guys can obviously see, there we go. His audio's back again.
okay, I was just going to say that, you know, while everything looks very peaceful right now, and really, some of the mainstream media, and you listen to some of the other people that have been reporting, you know, something bad's going to happen at any moment. But so far, everything looks very calm and peaceful, and everybody enjoying their Second Amendment rights, except for the group in the cage.
Yeah, so everyone knows, just to be clear, inside the fencing there up on Capitol grounds, you're not allowed to carry. Estelle Goslin sent a super chat. Doug, stay safe. Thank you very much, Estelle. Yeah, I think, just so you know, that the area you guys are standing in there seems to have spotty cell coverage because your video will freeze.
Okay, we're gonna relocate then.
Okay, Melody Dawn sent a super chat. Thanks, you guys. Long live the Second Amendment. Thank you very much. And there's been some donations coming in on our donorbox.org/2A. So thank you to John Sexton. Thank you to Terry Bloom. Thank you to Gene Appleby. Thank you to Daniel Oden. Thank you to Patricia Villa. Thank you to Steve Resba. Thank you to Gary Seymour. Thank you to Jerry Maddox. Thank you to Stephen Twomey. Thank you to Tim Taylor. Thank you to Gary Sturgis.
Thank you, everybody.
And later on in the broadcast, I will go down the list and thank the over 200 people that sent contributions. Thank you very much.
How's the reception now, Dustin?
I'm getting your audio. We're not. Video is freezing up a little bit. It definitely is a lot spottier in this area that you're in than where you were before. But I would imagine there's a lot more cell phones going, a lot more live streaming going, so bandwidth is probably being eaten up in that area. But
She saw the police are like looking at this one.
Yeah.
Melody Dawn, thank you very much for another super chat. Long live the Second Amendment again. Thank you for your coverage, trying to give all my YouTubers $5. Thank you very much, Melody. And, you know, that's how we feel too. You know, support the independent media folks, not just us that you like. I mean, this is how we get people funded, how we're able to do independent coverage from the ground, get better technology as we grow, and support the people that you like and that you trust. Support organizations, whether it be VCDL, GOA, NRA, everybody has their own group that they like that are out there fighting for you. I mean, this is how you get it done. Andrew Danvers sent a super chat, 2A for life because slavery sucks. Thank you, Andrew. Walk away. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it very much. So Doug, all right, so audio is back. It's a little choppy, but
okay, so anyhow, we were standing out in this area because there was about 4 or 5 people that obviously did not fit in. They got nose rings and all kinds of weird clothing on, young kids, and now law enforcement is following them around everywhere they go. So.
Now, did you notice were they causing any trouble, or they just look suspicious? Oh, hold on, I'm losing your audio again right there.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate it.
Oh, we got.
Yeah, you want to say hello? Full name again?
Ron Wilson from Suffolk, Virginia.
Very cool. One of the people that watches our videos. So thank you.
How you doing? I forgot your name.
Doug Ducote.
Doug Ducote from Louisiana.
Yes, yes.
I watch you on YouTube.
Thank you. Been wonderful so far. Everybody's been
Good
very.
information, Doug.
Thank you. Appreciate it, brother.
Got it. And we want to keep it that way, right?
Yes, indeed. Amen.
That's right. We have to protect that right to say and do what we want. The Second Amendment is important to that.
Yes, indeed. All right, brothers.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
I'm watching you on YouTube.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to thank C-Hog, sent a super chat. Tell Joe I'm sorry for swearing on his channel. Yeah, I know Joe has strict policies over there. David Kraft sent a super chat. Not having a gun in the box is no big deal. Thank you, Patriots. I don't have a vagina, but I support women's rights. Yeah, Doug, where you guys are, the coverage is the cell service is cutting in and out there. So.
Okay, we're going to reload another location then.
Okay.
Here, you want to carry that back?
No, carry this for a second.
All right, guys. So for anyone coming in and watching now, while Doug is relocating to a better area, as you all know, today is the Virginia 2A rally. Thank you very much, Laura Allison, for the super chat. Thank you for standing up for us, she says, Douglas. But yeah, as you know, he's there in Virginia, in Richmond. It's the capital of Virginia. Everyone is gathered there today on Martin Luther King Day to stand up for their Second Amendment rights, as Governor Ralph Northam, a Democrat, has threatened to sign a number of unconstitutional pieces of gun legislation. There's been a number of votes over the last week or two. They are pushing legislation through the General Assembly. Guns were banned by General Assembly rule inside the Capitol building, where you could carry, open carry and concealed carry up until last week. And then the governor declared a state of emergency and banned the guns, and that went all the way up to the Virginia Supreme Court, who ruled that he could do it, even though it was clear in a 2012 bill that Ralph Northam, when he was a state senator, voted for. It says you cannot take away the right to bear arms under a state of emergency, but the Virginia Supreme Court ended up actually supporting it. So that's where we are today. That's what Douglas is covering on the ground. I want to thank Donna Albertini for the super chat. We appreciate it very much. And then for everyone, just so you know, the schedule of events, what's going on right now is Virginia Citizens Defense League. The Virginia Citizens Defense League had organized a lobby day where they actually go in and lobby legislators. We've heard that, and it was supposedly reported last night, that Governor Ralph Northam left. His mansion is on that property, the governor's mansion, and several Democrats did not go in today. So I don't know how the lobbying efforts with VCDL are going. Doug may be able to talk to some people later as they come off the Capitol grounds. And then there is a rally that starts in 1 hour from right now with about a dozen speakers from in and around Virginia who will speak on Second Amendment rights. There's been a lot of different coverage, a lot of news. You know, some stuff hype. I understand people are on high alert, and that's great. Doug is there to document this, to separate fact from fiction, and to try to get to the bottom of what's really going on there. And that's part of what we're trying to bring to you guys, and then document this in case, you know, something horrible does occur. Hopefully it does not. Obviously, we want everyone to remain safe. And then what's probably going to happen, and what should happen, is that if the legislature there in Virginia passes an unconstitutional bill or bills, then organizations like the NRA, the Gun Owners of America, Virginia Citizens Defense League will end up filing lawsuits challenging its constitutionality, and that will eventually work its way up to the Supreme Court of the United States. President Trump could also command his attorney general to file a lawsuit as well. I would assume that would be coming. That's what we hope would be coming. Stephen Martinez sent a super chat. Thank you very much, Stephen. Much appreciated. So right now we've lost Doug's audio. I just think he's in a very high traffic area right now because it's been spotty since he's gotten closer to the larger crowds. But as far as I can tell, what I'm actually going to do right now is I'm going to switch back over to his live Capitol Grounds coverage from yesterday while I work to get his him back up and running again. So just give me a few moments on that. You firsthand what the setup looks like there on the location. Hey, can you guys?
We're gonna walk on up here to these.
Can you just get a shot, Douglas, of the of that sign that's right there that we just saw, right next to you?
Sure.
So that says, pursuant to Executive Order number 49/2020, a state of emergency has been declared to exist from January 17th to the 21st, 2020. Possession of firearms and other weapons in Capitol Square during the period of emergency is prohibited. All persons entering Capitol Square during the period of emergency are subject to screening. Any person may decline to be screened and return to city streets. So that's right out in front of the Capitol grounds.
Okay, so now we're gonna go up to security here and pass the pat down and whatnot to go on up to the Capitol.
So, Doug, all that fencing over there on your left that we see, the chain link fencing, is that looks like new structure or existing structure?
No, that's new stuff that they just added.
Okay. So that's all part of what we see in the media reports that people are calling chain link fencing.
Correct.
And as you guys will see there, I assume that's the Capitol building.
Yeah, the Capitol building right there in front of us.
All right, so Douglas is now going through security here to try to enter the Capitol grounds, which then he will give us a report on exactly what's going on.
Oh, my watch.
No, I can see it. I mean, that's like a building.
As you see, it's typical type of security that you would go through at the airport.
All right, thank you.
Or going into a President Trump rally where you put your metal stuff, empty your pockets, put them into the tray, and then get wanded down. So, Douglas, those are, they're using hand metal detectors, correct? There wasn't a walk-through metal detector?
Sometimes they're nice, sometimes they're rude.
Yeah, no, they're just wands.
Just wands, okay. And right there, that is Douglas's brave wife, Marilyn, there on the ground with him. Hey, guys, this is Dustin Gold with a quick update. Don't worry, we're getting Douglas patched in. They're trying to get through a heavy area right now where it seems like cell coverage is dropped in that area. So he's trying to move out of that area, finding it to be very difficult, even though he's outside of the Capitol grounds cage where you are not allowed to carry inside there. He's on the outside. He's found that there's more blockades and barricades than there were yesterday when he actually toured the Capitol grounds. And so there's really nowhere for anyone to move. So he's trying to get out of that area. I think it's a heavy cell spot, a lot of bandwidth taken up. So he's going to try to move out of that area and come back around. So let me go back to his coverage from yesterday while I help them finish patching this up. And just so while this is going on, I'm going to read this to you guys, and this will be a report to Douglas. Our assistant producer, Chrissy Piccolo, was on the phone all last night calling local, state, and Capitol Police. She was finally able to get in touch with Lieutenant Paplio from Richmond Police Department. He said that they have not had any directive in regards to what Senator Amanda Chase, who had a Facebook post that went viral, said, but he said anyone wearing a mask would be approached. It's a felony to hide identity. That is true in the state of Virginia. I know that goes back to at least 2012. So if Antifa are wearing masks, supposedly they'll be approached. If there is destructive behavior, they are ready to deal with it. And she asked if they'll be arresting people. He said they'd move them out of the area first. They have not received any directives from the Department of Homeland Security as of this date that he knows of. He suggested that Chrissy call state police media relations for more details on protocols because apparently they are in more control of what's actually happening. He did confirm that guns are allowed outside of Capitol grounds, but not on the Capitol grounds. Okay, so Douglas is on the Capitol grounds now. As you saw, he just went through security. And okay, guys, reporting back, Dustin Gold. This is a live shot with Douglas there, live on the ground. We were getting some spotty coverage for a little bit, and Doug was trying to loop out of that area so he could get back to coverage. So we're seeing a live shot. His audio isn't coming in right this second. We're getting a lot of reports coming in from other streamers, YouTubers, independent journalists. They are losing their signals as well. So we're going to keep an eye on this. Either I will talk to you live or I will cut away to some of our coverage from our Capitol Grounds tour yesterday. I also have some other videos queued up for you as well, which is our co-producer Chrissy Piccolo, who was calling local, state, and Capitol Police yesterday to confirm rules and regulations. So hopefully we'll be able to air some of that. Doug was back up. It looks like his signal has dropped again. So let me cut back to the... Oh, here we go. Okay, now we've got audio here. We've got Doug back up live. Hey, Doug, can you give the audience a quick update on number of people? Does the crowd seem to be growing? Okay, we dropped his audio again here.
Can you hear me?
I got you there for 1 second. Try to turn towards the camera. Let's see.
1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you yeah. Turn towards the camera if you can for a second. There we go. Yeah, Doug, we can.
I've got everything facing the camera.
Okay, we've got your audio now.
Okay, good. Okay, so I'm going to say there's probably it's probably about a good 8,000 to 10,000 people here right now. The concern that I have is that law enforcement has all these sidewalks completely roped off. They have many of the streets closed down to where it's settled in and out of just 1 or 2 areas. And, it's like Mardi Gras on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, where you're like...
Okay, we temporarily lost Doug's audio here, so I'm going to just keep an eye on this. We are getting reports. I see a lot of you guys in the chat. I'm getting text messages, emails from our various allies and sources out there that a lot of live streams are starting to go down. With what we're doing, I'm sitting here in the Douglas Ducote studio, which is located at my house. So I'll be able to report from here. Now, worst case scenario, if the feeds go down, we have a patched in call-in line of which I will have Doug call from his cell phone, and that way we can still hear his audio and live reporting from the ground. Earlier today, we know that there was cell coverage. He was doing fairly well from there. Yesterday, he was in and around Richmond. We did an interview with Senator Amanda Chase. Her Facebook post went viral the other day. So we interviewed her. He was out on the grounds. Cell coverage and everything was perfect. He did a tour of the Capitol grounds. Cell coverage was perfect. Earlier today, I would say about an hour or 2 ago, he was on the ground and everything was fine. Once he got closer to the Capitol building, Cell coverage is spotty. He's back up again. We can hear you now, Doug.
Okay, we're following some police officers that are heading into an area at a rapid pace. So I'm not sure what's going on over here, but we'll go find out.
All right, folks, so we're back live with Douglas. This is live. This is not a pre-tape, so we're back live with Doug. And again, as cell coverage is spotty and that kind of thing, we've got footage we can roll from yesterday as well as some other stuff we have recorded.
Just heard a radio check.
I just want to thank, while I have a second here, I want to thank Robert Belt for your donation. Thank you very much. I want to thank Roxanne Bardwell. Thank you very much. David Kraft sent a message. Excellent, smooth coverage. I'm sure it's stressful to lose Doug, but you're doing a great job covering the gaps. Thank you very much, David Kraft. We appreciate that. We got a message from Bobby Osler, who says, to Doug and team, good morning from New Mexico. We will be watching throughout the day. Lots of prayers will be lifted up for you today. Tomorrow, our governor of New Mexico will be pushing the red flag law as our legislation session starts. In Jesus' name, Philip and Bobby. Well, thank you very much, and we have been getting reports. I want to thank real quick Fred Kaczynski for your donation. I want to thank Kathy Newhart for your donation. Terry Robinson for your donation. Thank you very much. Yeah, and we've been getting reports. God, guys, the Florida GOP Senate Majority Leader just took $200,000 from Michael Bloomberg, who is the billionaire presidential candidate. Bloomberg is worth over $32 billion. He is part of the cause of what we're seeing in Virginia now. Michael Bloomberg, Tom Steyer, and George Soros, all billionaires, all hedge fund guys. All put a lot of money, tens and tens of millions into Virginia since 2012 and helped create a lot of this. And we're hearing reports in Florida they're going to try to move red flags. North Carolina, there's another Second Amendment sanctuary movement going on. So this is happening around the country. The Democrats are making the move.
Okay, how's my audio? Can you hear me now?
Yep, we've got you. We've got you. Oh, now we lost you. Every time we say we got you, maybe that's the code word. Every time we say we got you, then they drop it. But while we're waiting for that to come back up again, so what's happening around the country is, and this is why the border and immigration issues are so important to us here, because in the state of Virginia, right after the Democrats won, the New York Times bragged in an article that it took them 20 years, but they flipped Virginia using demographic warfare. Pew Research shows that foreign-born population votes 73% Democrat. So they're flipping Virginia. Virginia was a Democrat state, but a very conservative Democrat state. They're going after Florida. They're trying to flip Texas. If you remember, Ted Cruz, love him or hate him, it doesn't matter. He only pulled off his election against Beto O'Rourke by a couple of points, which was scary. Doug, we've got you back live.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Audio working? Okay.
Yep.
All right, so no, we don't have audio.
No, we have audio.
Okay, good. A lot of this might have something to do with the helicopters, with the signal. I don't know. But anyhow, we've gotten out of the crowd we're in. We're down around 12th Street at the moment, in front of Capitol Plaza. And look, so far everything has been very peaceful. We haven't seen, any bad elements that they've been reporting on coming into town. We've seen a few people that probably fit the description of Antifa, but no proof to that. And everybody's just having a good time and relax.
Oh, hold on one second. We lost your audio again. Yeah, what we're gonna hold on one second, Doug. We love your audio cut again. Just give it a second, guys. It seems to just be peaking up and down right here. So as soon as that comes back on, we will bring back Doug live. If this continues to drop in and out for more than another, say, 10 minutes, I'm hoping, as Douglas said, it could just be getting scrambled because of the helicopters that he's seen flying overhead. If it's not, I will give Doug a number for a audio patch-in line so he can talk to us through the phone over the broadcast, and then we will pick up whatever video we can as that begins to cut in and out. So right now, I am going to cut back to yesterday's coverage again, and I'm going to make sure and test his cell signal and see where we're at with that. So I'm cutting into yesterday. This is Doug's tour of the Capitol grounds, what some people call the kill box, the death trap, the cage. It's the area that they've fenced off surrounding the Capitol where you cannot go in with weapons. Oh, we've got his
I see
audio
the signal
back.
there. Okay, so anyhow, one of the things I just hold on, I'm losing my earpiece. Well, I'll tell you what, the wind is really nice out here, and the you do that. Appreciate it. Okay, let's try this again. I just want to say one thing to the audience that I'm very honored about. I'm humbled is the amount of people that have approached me since we've been out here. And we started noticing this yesterday and a lot today. Coming up, just wanting to shake my hand and saying, hey man, we watch your YouTube channel and we think you're great. You're doing a wonderful job.
Hold on one second. We just dropped audio again there. And we're getting reports. A lot of people that I know are monitoring stuff for us or telling us that almost everyone out there has lost their live feeds. Doug is back. We got audio again. Oh, it dropped again. Can you hear us, Doug? Okay, hold on, guys. Just give it another second. Hopefully we'll pick right back up. But what Doug was just saying was he's meeting a lot of people down there on the ground that watch the show and watch his YouTube channel. And again, to all of you guys out there in the audience that are watching today that spread the links, share the links, have donated, have bought something off the Douglas Ducote store, we thank you because that's what funds us and allows us to be able to do this. There's Chrissy Piccolo today who's running the screen. I'm here in the studio producing and anchoring this to fill in when the signals are... All right, Doug, we've got your audio again.
Okay, very cool. So anyhow.
Yeah, we dropped again. Hold on one second, Doug. The audio just dropped again. Now it's back. Now it's down.
Our hearing. So we'll find out shortly because they're coming up from my back right side at the moment. But we don't know what that is. Maybe disruptors, don't know. Overall, everything.
Okay, hold on. His audio is cutting out. In a few minutes, guys, I think what we're going to probably do is move him over to the call-in line because people are telling me that YouTube is messing with a lot of signals right now. Let me just check real quick on the YouTube page here. It looks to me like I'm going to see if anyone else is experiencing any issues. But I've heard American Joe went down. I heard even Alex Jones' feed went down. So that's what we're dealing with. It's a reality of situation. I want to thank Stacy Mack for the super chat. Stay strong and hope to meet you. Defend our natural rights. Thank you very much. I also want to thank Joe C. I want to thank Robert Belt. I want to thank Joe Collins for sending donations. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Let me see real quick. I'm going to cut back to the coverage from Doug's tour yesterday of the Capitol grounds and see if we can get him back up and running again on the cell signal here. So just give me a couple of minutes. That's the Capitol building there?
Yeah, it's the Capitol building to my left.
Okay, so that's the Capitol building. As you guys will see, now he is, and Douglas, based on what you saw so far, and I know you haven't walked the whole perimeter, but it appears to be that chain link temporary fencing is surrounding the whole city block, correct?
It is. And so basically it's going to be what appears to be an MMA cage fight. And I don't want to be in the middle of it. So come tomorrow, we're going to be here as close as we can to film what's going on. But they've got this fencing put up all around all of the government buildings, and probably about, in some locations, there's about 2 blocks worth of fencing, and in other directions, it just stops right out of the street. They've got,
We've probably seen each other down there.
This is Dustin Gold. We're back live with Doug. We got a signal.
You too, sir. You too. Appreciate it. All right. Very cool. You too.
All right, Doug, we're live to you. We've got you up on the screen,
Okay.
And we can see you and hear you.
Okay, well, cool. So anyhow, I just ran into a guy that I haven't seen since like 1989. I just happened to, he was standing there and he looked familiar, and we started talking, and we both served in the Army together, but in different units, but recognized each other, so that was kind of neat. Appears to be people with bugles and horns showing up. I don't know what that's about. Somebody was beating a drum earlier. You know, I don't know if it's people trying to disrupt stuff, but overall, everything's going smooth. Everybody's getting along with each other. We haven't seen really any issues or any problems, and a lot of people here. We just picked an area to get out of the wind and where we could get good reception, because once we start walking back in there towards the Capitol, we start losing it all. So I don't know if that has anything to do with the helicopters above or the fact that we're surrounded by big buildings, but to be up there where I want to be, you guys can't see it other than what we've already shown you. So, you know, we're going to try another avenue. We're going to go down about 3 blocks and try and cut up that way and see if maybe we can keep the signal so we can keep the camera rolling on the people instead of just me standing in this little, right behind the porta potties. So anyhow, bear with us, and we're going to keep walking, and we're going to try and do some more interviews with some people as well.
Okay, and Fireside Coffee, thank you for the donation. He just said, from one law enforcement officer to another, tell Douglas, thank you, brother. Keep your guard up, and God bless you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, brother.
$6,300 in our chat box.
Is that a line? Where's the line? Hey guys, radio chat.
Hey, Douglas, what's your guess on...
Who are you guys with?
What's that?
Who are you guys with?
Douglas Ducote Show.
Cool. Where's that at?
It's on YouTube. It's on DouglasDucote.com.
You're Douglas Ducote?
Yes.
I'm Noel.
Hey, Noel.
So are you guys Virginians?
No, we come up from Louisiana.
Louisiana?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, cool. Welcome.
Welcome. This is your home state?
I went to high school here. My wife's from around here.
Gotcha.
But we're happy, if you're Patriots, we're happy to have you.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, brother.
Cheers, cheers.
Cheers.
How do you spell Ducote?
Ducote.
Right here. You got everything in there? Perfect. All right. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right, man.
Friend of the show, Professor Nicholas Giordano, was texting me, Doug. He said, you're doing a great job. He watched your stuff from yesterday and sent it out to his audience.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it, brother. I'm just hoping that at any moment a hot chocolate or a hot coffee will just appear into my hand.
Robert Knorr, friend of the show, who was on our border marathon, sent a super chat. Thank you, Robert. He said, thank you, Doug and Dustin, not only for defending our rights, but being an inspiration for independent content creators and citizen journalists. Thank you, Robert, and thank you to everybody, everyone. I mean, Doug inspired me when I saw the stuff that he was doing, and, you know, I have one skill set, he has another, and we were able to come together with his other producer, Chrissy Piccolo, and his wife, Marilyn, who's been helping, and put all of our skills together to do this, and it's because of you guys we're able to bootstrap this and do these things on a shoestring budget, and the ultimate goal, as I said, is to grow and create an app-based network that features only independent journalists and that are all looking for the truth. We all may have a different way of getting there. We all may have different content. We may not all share the same beliefs, but we all are seeking the truth and trying to separate fact from fiction, and that is what this is all about. Joe Blow, thank you for the donation. He said, use this for your coffee, Staff Sergeant. So, Doug just cut out. Oh, nope, he's back up. There we go.
Okay, how are we doing now?
We can hear you. The video is frozen, but we can hear you fine.
Okay, so anyhow, we're back down on Main Street and 10th. And
okay, we just lost audio again. So it seems like what's happening is when he's going into the more crowded areas, as he explained earlier, cell signals dropping. Some of that, he said, there are helicopters overhead, so that could be causing some of it. There's also, obviously, the more dense the population of where he's standing, the more cell phone coverage is more cell phone bandwidth is being used. I see a lot of cameras out there. You guys have obviously seen that as people are walking by. So there's a lot of people shooting videos. So it's a combo of that. It's a combo of tall buildings, combo of helicopters. And on the delivery end, whether that be Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, we already know they censor. We know there could be problems. But I will say, so far, you know, our Facebook live stream at the Douglas Ducote Show has looked pretty crisp. Periscope's running crisp. YouTube seems to be having the most issues. Okay, Doug's audio's back up.
yeah, okay, well, so we want you all to see this sign right here. That's pretty damn cool. I love it. Do we have the audio back? I don't hear him at all.
Yes, we can hear you, Doug.
Okay, there you are. Yeah, good. All right, so this might be a decent place to kind of hang out for a little bit, so we can keep an eye on the Capitol as well as the people that are shoved in there. Earlier we were in that town, and it takes a while to get in and then back out of that.
Hey, Doug, one of the questions from the audience that keeps coming in. Now, I know you were following and, tracking some people that didn't look like they fit. Your audio's out, so I'll give it a second till it comes back up. But have you seen any Antifa types, BLM types, any of those type of people who are openly trying to cause trouble, or does it just look fishy from physical appearance and the way that people are acting versus openly screaming things at the Second Amendment supporters? Okay, so we've got Doug is frozen up here a little bit. Let's give him a second. Hopefully he comes back up. Otherwise, I will jump back to his walkthrough of the Capitol grounds yesterday while I get him hooked back up again. and then we will continue the live coverage. Yeah, so I'm going to cut back to that Capitol grounds thing so I could talk to Doug on the ground for a second and see if we can get this back up and running for you. The wonderful world of trying to stream from within a packed house, folks. And I'm starting to see some media reports of people saying upwards of 25,000 or more there. The rally portion with the speakers does not happen for another half hour. That will be at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So let me jump back to Doug's coverage from yesterday while we get connected back up with his live feed now.
Police helicopters flying around, and so we filmed that earlier, and there's Virginia State Police officer right there. Thank you for your service. And now we're going to go around and up to the front steps of the Capitol, if we can get around this other side.
Right, and so people understand, and we had looked at this map prior. We had shown it in a few videos that Douglas did. But right now, what it appears, and based on the state of emergency and this new rule that was put in place, the Capitol grounds lay between North 9th Street, Broad Street, Bank Street, and Governor Street. And on the Capitol grounds is the Capitol building, and there are also the governor's executive mansion. There's also some other buildings. So I think what Douglas was talking about, that around some of those buildings within Capitol ground, there's fencing, and then there's fencing around the entire structure. And then so far it looks like there's some fencing within the entire perimeter that's been created. So I know, as Douglas just mentioned, and I've heard from other allies of ours in the Patriot community, other independent journalists, that a lot of them are also now talking about staying outside of the main perimeter, you know, so they can remain armed and not go into what some people are referring to as a kill zone or a death trap, I've heard people say. I mean, you're getting a firsthand look at this now. So far, I haven't seen a lot of people doing reporting on the Capitol grounds. So you guys are kind of getting a firsthand look at this from Douglas's perspective.
Yeah, well, let me mention something real quick here. Okay, so from a turn this in the right direction. From a law enforcement standpoint, looking at this, the way they've got this set up here, you've got one way in and one way out, with the exception of knocking over this fence, which probably can be pretty easy to do if 5,000 people are rushing it to get out of here. But if something did go sideways, they're funneling people into one area to get in and get out. And that in itself, at least to me, is completely, it's just unsafe. There should be several different areas to get in and out of here and not one. And I don't know. It looks like kind of feel trapped in here. Like, why would they set it up this way?
Yeah, and I would imagine, Doug, like you said, from a law enforcement perspective, and even from just, all right, guys, we're back live with Doug on the ground. We've got the signal back. So, Doug, what's going on down there right now?
Okay, so first let me say this to everybody out there that's watching. I apologize for what's happening with this signal. It's completely out of our control. I don't know if they're doing this on purpose, if they're jamming the signal, if it has anything to do with the fact that we're around a bunch of tall buildings, or I don't know. Either we lose audio or we lose the signal. But it's not just us. It's happening to other people that are trying to do the same thing we are, YouTubers. So anyhow, so far, everything's been going great. We have seen, earlier you asked about...
there we go. Hang on a second. His audio just dropped again in that area. So, yeah, what he's about to get to, as soon as his audio comes back up, I'll let him know. But what he was about to get to there was the question we had asked that you guys wanted to know, if there's any open Antifa there, rabble-rousing, trying to cause trouble, or is it just some suspicious people, of which We caught some on video earlier. He did a quick interview with one of them. So as soon as his audio pops back up, what it appears to be, especially in the last hour, because earlier today the signal was completely fine, and it seems like the last hour, anytime he got within a block range of the Capitol grounds, that's where the fenced-in, kill box, death trap, cage is that everyone's been referring to, where you go in unarmed. It seems like anytime he gets within a block of that is where the signal is now being cut. So it's either the high buildings, it's the helicopters above, or they have cell signal blockers, which for all the people out there that, we're telling everyone to be careful, false flags and everything else, it was my impression that I believed from a political operation side, I wouldn't want cell coverage cut from there, except maybe the case was made that it's a peaceful rally and everyone is being respectful and following the law. Therefore, that is not the image they want. You would normally want videos going up on Twitter and Facebook and YouTube or everywhere else, because you'd catch private conversations of people saying things that they probably wouldn't want to be caught saying. And then the mainstream media would grab hold of that footage and be running it on loop all day today. So right now, we don't know exactly what's happening. Just give me 2 seconds to thank Maria Horn for the donation. Thank you very much. James Grimord, thank you very much. Let's see. There was a few others in here. Oh, Doug is back. We've got him now. Doug, can you hear us?
Okay, come up here.
That wasn't really going to go inside anyway.
Okay. What I was trying to say a while ago was people were asking if we've seen any disruptors. We did see a group of Black Lives Matter people. There were 4 of them. They had, how we knew it was they had shirts that said Black Lives Matter, and they were black. But they were cordial. They were not causing any problems. They were having conversations with patriots standing there, with weapons. And they were just down here to show their cause, which was Black Lives Matter. But they weren't doing anything bad. They weren't doing anything illegal. We've seen several people that do not fit in, which we believe were Antifa, but law enforcement was right on top of them immediately and following them everywhere they went until they just left. So far, so good. Everything's going smoothly. We're sorry for the signal. Thanks for staying. Thanks for all the donations. We keep moving to try and get a better signal in different locations, but they keep shutting it down. So doing what we can.
Hey, Doug, what would you guess on the ground there? How many people are you thinking are there?
I don't think it's over 10,000. Let's put it that way. But it's, 9.95 probably.
Oh, you said probably about up to 10,000, you said?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, you said probably up to 10,000?
Probably about 10,000, yeah.
And then, so now from your vantage point where you are, Doug, can you see, are there people, yeah, I'm just seeing if we can move just to get a background shot of you. Are there people in the streets over there? Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah, and they just keep coming in.
So one of the things that keeps coming up here that we've been talking to the audience about is yesterday you were on the Capitol grounds. We showed the perimeter around the Capitol grounds within the 4 streets. But now you're seeing there's a lot more funneling of people into areas even outside of the box.
Oh, if you can hear me, hold on. Let me move away a little bit. I can't hear anything. They're shouting. But they're shouting USA, so that's good.
Folks, hold on 1 second. Douglas is just moving to an area where you can hear a little bit better. It's windy down there. It's about 20 degrees. Obviously very loud. He's got a couple of different Bluetooth earpieces on different channels so that he can hear us here in the studio. Hey.
Maybe.
Oh,
yeah, I can hear you.
So you're saying now within, what, 1 or 2 blocks of the Capitol grounds area that we showed yesterday, now there's different sort of perimeters and barricades outside of that area as well. So that's where you keep getting funneled into different crowded sections?
Yeah, they've completely added extra roads that they shut down, added extra barricades. One of the things that's very disturbing, or not disturbing, just a pain in the ass, is they put barricades up to block off all the sidewalks to where you have to walk into the street. And everybody has to be funneled into one area. You know, it is what it is. Nothing we can do about it. We're going to try and get up back on the left side of the better shot of all the crowd that's there. So we're going to walk that direction right now, and hopefully we will keep us.
Okay, that's all right. I'm just gonna do a quick update on this here. Susan Quello, thank you for the donation. Robert Knorr, thank you very much. He said you're doing a great job down there. My father just sent in a message. You guys are doing a super job as a team of keeping America informed and producing a cogent live view of who patriots are and how important our Constitution is. Without this, America can and might very quickly morph into a socialist piss hole. What I am watching is the battleground live. I wish to donate. Tell me where to write the check. So that's from my father.
He knows your address.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Oh, Douglas, are you seeing a lot of people? Well, a lot of people wearing everybody's got the VCDL stickers on. Are you seeing any Gun Owners of America, National Rifle Association shirts and gear out there?
Yeah, we've seen every type of militia, every type of American Patriot type groups that are available, representing them all. I mean, they're all here.
And so far, as far as you've seen, there's been no. You haven't seen any pushing, shoving, anything like that going on, right?
No, not at all. It's been very peaceful.
Well, this is exactly the way that we had hoped it would turn out. I mean, you want it to be peaceful. The idea is, you want America to see as, whether it be the federal government or individual state governments are trying to push red flag laws, you want it to be seen as what it is, a bunch of law-abiding American citizens, patriots, responsible gun owners, people exercising their God-given constitutional rights, their Second Amendment rights, their right to keep and bear arms.
Just
Now, Doug, the last time that you were up in and around the Capitol grounds cage, you said that there was probably a few thousand people on that property, correct?
Yes.
Let me ask the audience. To the audience out there, you guys, I know a lot of you are flipping between streams. Some people were down and that kind of thing. What are you guys hearing numbers-wise? Because everybody's covering this from a different piece of land. So from a different vantage point, what are you guys seeing out there? What numbers are you hearing on the media? I said Mike from the Patriot Hour's down there. He's having a little problem with some footage, video. Hold on. I want to thank Scientific Cat for the super chat. Keep our states free. Support this channel and American Patriots. Thank you very much, Scientific Cat. And support all of your guys that you trust, all the people that you like getting independent coverage from, because that's how we all survive. It costs money for live streaming bandwidth, technology, travel. I mean, keep independent channels funded, and that is how you keep true alternative independent news going. We're hearing, people are hearing 30,000, 100,000, so a wide range of numbers. Some people are saying 130,000. I mean, Doug is there. You know, he was estimating around 10,000. Again, everybody's at a different vantage point, so.
Yeah, and I can't see an aerial shot of it, but that would be nice. Maybe the news media is showing that.
Hey, if any of you guys know or have seen, is there any, give me a 1 if yes, a 2 if no, if you guys have seen any aerial footage on television from the mainstream media, because if anyone's going to get an aerial shot, they'll be allowed to. No one else will. Drones are banned. So all the independent guys couldn't bring their drones out today. Let me check real quick. They say President Trump has been tweeting. Let's see.
Doppelgangers right around here.
That's great.
That's got to make the evening news.
I'm checking President Trump's feed right now. I don't see any tweets about this. So. Oh wait, no. It looks like President.
What'd you tell your wife?
I was trying to explain the 1 gun a month law to my wife, where I have to buy 1 a month. So it didn't really go over. It's a law.
Yeah, it's a law. You should 1 a month at least. I'm all for that.
I'm for that.
My wife's for that.
At least.
But I have to buy her 1 a month too.
There you go.
But that's good because that's more things we can do with them.
Yeah.
It's 2 a month. Oh.
There you go.
Thanks, guys. You too.
All right, Doug, we did, President Trump did tweet about 5 minutes ago. The only tweet on this of the day, he said, the Democrat Party and the great Commonwealth of Virginia are working hard to take away your Second Amendment rights. This is just the beginning. Don't let it happen. Vote Republican in 2020. I mean, the only thing I want to bring up, just to be accurate, this is about separating fact from fiction. There are no state Virginia races in 2020. So, you know, voting Republican, I guess, in the presidential election, but there are no state Virginia races in 2020. I wish, you know, my personal belief is I wish the president would say that if they sign any unconstitutional gun grab bills, that he will immediately instruct his attorney general to file a lawsuit challenging its constitutionality. He will fight this with the constitutional process, and he will bring this to the Supreme Court. That is the message I'd like to hear, but that's me. So, Doug, the area you're in now, what are you, about a block outside of the Capitol grounds?
The Capitol, no, the Capitol's to my immediate right. We've been out there.
Yeah, just again, for anyone, in case you have any signals drop, I'm just checking our various delivery platforms right now. If anything happens, the most direct feed will be at douglasducote.com/live. Then you have Doug's YouTube channel. You just search for Douglas Ducote. Then we also have it backed up on YouTube on Freedom Force TV. And then we also have it on Periscope under Douglas Ducote. And we have it on Facebook under the Douglas Ducote Show. So those are all the different places you can pick up the feed. If one goes down, as long as our main feed doesn't drop, you'll be able to access it in all those different places. So, Doug, in about 9 minutes at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, the rally portion starts, which is about an hour long and features a dozen speakers, including Senator Amanda Chase, who you interviewed yesterday.
Yes, the sad part about this is we won't be able to hear what they say because we did not, or we chose not to disarm ourselves to go into the cage. So there's no way we're going to be able to hear that. You're going to have to watch that. I don't know.
Yeah, let me. I'm going to do. Hey, Doug, if you could just, talk for a little bit and give them some updates.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, right up there. Black barricades are. You have to turn around.
Hey, Doug, if you talk for a minute and just give them some narration of what's going on, I'm going to see if we can actually find a feed of the rally itself that we could stream.
Okay, yeah. So, anyhow, once again, we're funneled into one area where nobody can get in or out of this place because they barricaded all the damn streets off. And they barricaded the sidewalks off. The rally itself is about to start here shortly. Those of us that chose not to disarm can't hear it because we're kept too far away from where they're actually going to be speaking on the steps. So we are going to try and walk around the other side and see if we can get closer to where, at least where the speakers are, to where maybe you can hear what they're saying. In the meantime, Dustin's also going to be looking for a separate feed that he could put up to show y'all at the same time. So bear with us. We're going to keep walking through this crowd and see if we can get to a better advantage.
Hey, buddy, I don't think you're going to get. I don't think you can walk all you want, but I don't think you're going to get closer to this point. I just get around. There ain't no way in.
Yeah, guys, so I'm looking right now. If anyone knows of a feed with the rally itself, if there's any mainstream media coverage, anything like that of the rally itself, guys, email me, Dustin@DouglasDucote.com, Dustin@DouglasDucote.com with the link, and I will work on getting that up and running right here, so that we can watch it without having to switch over on channels. So far, this appears to be pretty peaceful. Well, guys, I will tell you this. Even Breitbart News has a scrambled, choppy signal. And you know they're there with the best equipment money can buy.
Okay, gotta get together.
Okay, so I just got an email. Thank you very much, Lisa Baker. She said Blazing Press has a few feeds. Let's see if we can...
So how's my signal now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so here's a prime example of what I've been talking about all day. Once you're in this area, they block off the freaking street to where you can't go any damn where. And then if you want to try and get out of here, you got to freaking walk back through the crowd again on the other side. So the person who designed this setup had their head up their ass, without a doubt. But the good thing is everything's been peaceful. We haven't had any problems. Antifa has, for the most part, stayed away. The Black Lives Matter people that we ran into were really cordial. And, here we are. In a way, I guess I can see how they would want to keep that area kind of guarded off because of the scaffold. But blocking off the street to where you can't go a block that way doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, and Doug, what are you seeing law enforcement wise? How many guys are you seeing out there?
They probably, oh geez, I don't know, 6,000-7,000 that we've, just in this general area. What about Gray Street? Did you notice that was blocked off?
Yeah, it's not laid out very good, is it? What are you supposed to do?
Okay, hold on. I think, did we just lose his, yeah, I think we just lost Douglas's feed. We lost the audio there. Yeah, so we lost Doug's audio. I mean, we got his audio, but we lost his video signal for a second. Doug, can you still hear us? Okay, I think he's back. We're getting some video now. I'm in the process of trying to get the rally feed hooked up on here. Doug, can you... okay, so we lost Doug's audio temporarily. Don't worry, guys. We're getting this all working for you. So if you give me a moment, I'm going to get this rally feed hooked up on here. And this way we can show you the rally from another source. And we'll give credit to the group who's bringing the rally footage. I know today a lot of guys were writing us and asking us if they could use some of our footage and we can use some of their footage. So everybody, as far as independents go, are actually been really working as a team, which is what we've got to do as small independents, is support each other and help each other out. So that's been a great thing that's gone on. Hold on one second. I've got Doug's feed, but I'm not getting his audio right now. Just give me 1 second, guys. I apologize. We're producing and anchoring, and I'm trying to get this feed pulled up for you, so you're going to be able to see some of the rally stuff and also hopefully be able to see Douglas as well. So he'll be able to comment because he'll be able to hear what's going on there on the ground. Just give me 2 more seconds and we should have that hooked up. All right. I see Doug, but we're not able to hear him right now. Just give me 1 more minute. Yeah, Doug, we're not getting your audio at this moment. So, guys, just give us 1 more second. I'm almost done getting this hooked up, and then we're going to get Doug's audio back so that you guys can hear what he's saying. I apologize. Every time he gets close to the Capitol grounds, he's losing a little bit of... there we go. We got him back.
Okay, so what I was saying is, once again, here we are. We go another block. We're at East Gray Street, and then they block the shit off again.
Other crossway. Right.
You know, they bring you all in here, and you're just stuck inside this freaking area. It's just as bad as those guys up there, except we got guns.
Now, what are you seeing a lot of people open carry?
Say again.
Are you seeing a lot of people open carrying today?
It's
I can't make out what you're saying. The noise is just.
Are you seeing a lot? Are you seeing a lot of people open carry today?
Yes, yes. Damn near everybody's open carry.
Okay.
Not as many long rifles as pistols strapped to their hips, but they're here.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to bring you the. I'm going to cut over to a little bit of footage in a second here.
You ever make your way to a restaurant? Shake his hand. Tell him.
Doug, does it seem like is anybody even talking about the rally portion, or does it seem like there's no interest, or what?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people in there that are here for the rally. I mean, we all are, but there's more people on the outside because they refuse to give up their gun to go on the inside.
All right, I've almost got you in here. Sorry, guys, doing a little bit of switching on the fly, so I can get you up side by side with Douglas, and we can hopefully bring in this. We're going to cut to a live feed in a second, and then we'll see what Doug can see. I might have him actually go and hang back a tiny bit so that we can actually get his full reaction to what's going on instead of having this choppy single cut now. Because once he gets about a block outside of the Capitol grounds, of the box, the kill zone, the death trap, whatever you want to call it, he seems to have good service. And then whenever he moves, within a block of that area, boom, it gets cut out again. So we've got to deal with what we got to deal with. I think I'm going to try to get him back to the safe cell area where it doesn't seem like it's being jammed. And then that way we can bring you his reaction to the speeches. And I found someone who I believe is going to be showing the speeches. Let's see if that actually happens. I'm going to actually bring that up right now and see where we're at with it.
For all you guys that understand what I'm saying, let's see here, live stream.
So this is coming actually from blazingpress.com. I'm not sure if these guys are going to have the full rally or not. Actually, we have Doug back. Let me cut over to Doug for a second.
It's very nice there.
All right, Doug, I can hear you now.
Are you
I got you too. We're heading down to Franklin now and see if there's a way we can get around to the other side of the rally. Ain't doing it on this side.
So, Doug, are you in front of the Capitol?
I'm on the side of the Capitol, left side.
All right, I'm thanking everybody, all of our fans who've been sending us some updates. People are saying that Rupley has a feed up right now. Let's see. Ariel Lone Star Gun Rights on Facebook. Blazing Press. All right, guys. So I'm gonna see what we can find here.
I went to that.
see who's got the best feed going. So Rupley's streaming live. Let me actually go to this Rupley feed. I don't know if they're going to have a feed that's actually inside of the Capitol grounds, but what the heck? Let's take a look.
4 link in the back, 3 link in the front. Long arms.
So, Doug, based on, can you hear any speakers? Do you hear any rally
Yeah, they're
stuff going?
speaking. They're speaking now, but I can't make out anything they're saying.
Yeah, and I'm seeing, Rupley has a decent feed here, but I'm not seeing anything. They're kind of doing what we're doing, which is going around on the ground. I'm not seeing. Let me actually cut over to that real quick. So we've got, Rupley's feed coming in over here. We actually put up. So what we're trying to do here is find a somebody who's got the feed of the speakers inside there, and normally you would think that someone would be in there, but Doug made a choice not to go in as he didn't want to risk having to be unarmed, which is, I wouldn't want to do that either. So anyway, you can see some of this Rupley feed here. Some of the, I don't know if those guys are militia or what. As soon as Doug comes back on audio, we can get his opinion. Seems like he froze up again, so in a minute I'm going to actually check and see what he is up to. So, you guys are seeing this feed coming in from Rupley. While you're watching this, I'm going to go to full screen of this. I'm going to cut over to Douglas and try to get him hooked back up. So just give me a couple of moments and we should be good to go.
Do we have? Okay, so look, there's no way possible to be in a position over there where we can hear what's actually being said at the rally, because to do so, you have to go into that fenced-in area and surrender your weapon. And I'm not going to surrender my weapon to anybody. A few thousand people chose to do it, and they're in there. The speakers aren't big enough and they're not powerful enough to where everybody outside of the fenced-in area can hear any damn thing they're saying. Good. Okay, good.
Oh, well, you're here for Watergate. Well, it's not for Watergate. Oh, it's all right, man. It's that way, man. Violence is not an oath. It's called perjury. When a public servant violates the Constitution, it's called treason. It's not lawful. So we don't understand the whole issue. Because we have no understanding of the issue, we don't have an understanding of the remedies. And because of those two issues, things that Americans will be destroyed. We are not in the things that we can do. Our judge is going to the things will be taken away because of their taking by anybody who is taken away from all of us. If we're allowing to discriminate on all of the groups, then we're allowing their deaths to be removed and forced.
Yeah. So right now, Doug, we've got some live shots going on with some aerial views that USA 9 has showing the Capitol grounds aerial views. They don't have any audio on their feed, so we're not hearing the rally speeches. I'm still trying to see if I can actually locate any of that stuff right now. If
Sounds
not,
great. You keep working on that.
If not, what we will end up doing is, if we find that stuff, we'll air it later today, if we can get to them. But I know a lot of people like Doug had made a decision as of last night that they were not going to disarm and go into the cage. Okay, so we just lost Doug's feed again. I've got his audio, but I'm not pulling video from him. So give me a moment, and we'll get that back up and running here. Hey, Doug, can you still hear us on your end? Okay, so we've lost Douglas's feed down there. I'm going to cut over to this aerial footage so you guys can see this. This is coming from WUSA 9. They're even getting spotty coverage, and they're up in a helicopter. Yeah, as you'll see, it it'll pop in and out. But they're doing aerial coverage of that while we're waiting for Doug to come back online. And oh, thank you very much, Matt Leach. Super chat. We need 76 style breakaway from corrupt establishment, county separate from current state that violate law. Hold them and their officials accountable for their crimes. Fight as not Republican, Democrat, or any party goer, but as freedom-loving Americans. Sanctuary counties are step one. Yes, you're absolutely correct. And I see in North Carolina, Florida, and other places that there are sheriffs as well who are saying they will not enforce the gun bans as well. Okay, so we've got USA 9's feed is going down. I don't know what the problems are that they are having, but I'm actually going to cut to the Rupley feed while I get Doug back up and running over here because his signal has dropped. So let's go to the Rupley feed. Oh, yep, we're back up on the USA 9 footage. Sadly, from what I see, USA 9 does not have, let's see if their audio comes back.
Watch with the gear.
I told him, I gotta get out.
Tell him.
I told him I gotta get out of this crowd. I'm not feeling. This is the way out, right?
Okay. All right. We'll go up there. Going this way. Hey, what's up? I think it's a little bit too packed, a little bit too.
Okay, guys, so you're watching the WUSA 9 feed right now. This is Dustin Gold, producer in the studio. Doug and his camera person are moving outside of that area where the cell signal appears to be dropping, whether it be helicopters, tall buildings, a lot of data being used. So they're moving outside of that area right now so he can do a quick broadcast to you guys. It seems like while the speeches are going on, a lot of the people are starting to get out of there because it's freezing cold, and apparently a lot of people are trying to get out of that zone. We've got Doug back here. Let me go live to him on the ground. Give me 1 second.
I'm not sure if I've got I can't see a signal across that at all.
All right, Doug, we've got you live. We've got audio and video.
You got okay, very cool. All right, so the rally itself is winding down right now. We weren't able to get in a position where you guys could hear it, which I hope would happen when we got on the side of it, because we made the decision last night that we were not going to disarm ourselves to go inside of this well, I didn't come up with I didn't coin the name kill box, but a lot of other media did. But that's a good way of putting it. You know, we weren't going to put ourselves in a situation where we're caged in and we can't have our weapons. So to be on the outside, we went on all sides of the Capitol, hoping we'd be able to pick up the audio. It can't be done. The wind's too strong. The speakers aren't big enough over there, and there's too much noise with the helicopters and other people doing things with bullhorns and chatting USA and things like that. So anyhow, we managed to get back away. We're over on East Grace Street right now, Grace and 8th Street, for those of you familiar with this area. And everybody's slowly but surely moving out of the main downtown area where we were at. Because once the rally ends, then it's going to be a mass exit out of there, and then we'll be stuck in that. So we're going to lay back for now and keep an eye on this area and see if anything happens. If there's going to be any issues with Antifa or whatnot, it probably would be, I would think, from what I've seen in places like Oregon and out on the West Coast, Seattle, they try and pick up stragglers or people away from the main crowd. So if that happens, then we'll be right there to bust them upside their freaking head. But anyhow, got a lot of police here, and we're very thankful for them, and they're on our side. Look, we didn't talk to not a single cop that was against what's happening. They're very, very happy that we're here, and blessed that people are going to stand up to this governor for their rights. So,
now, Douglas, I wanted to ask you, because I know a lot of people have been on edge, obviously, because of what happened over a year ago with Charlottesville. Well, in the case of Charlottesville, and that ended up coming out publicly, that was the former governor, Democrat, lifelong Clinton bagman, former head of the Democrat National Committee, Terry McAuliffe, who had ordered a stand down on state police. So far, in this particular case, and that's what caused a lot of the havoc, because as you said, people were fleeing the area, getting trapped in the side streets, and then that's where Antifa were hanging out ready to start fights and things like that. So far, you've seen no stand down order from the police. From your law enforcement experience, do you see that the police are actually doing what they should be doing?
Yes, because every time we would see some people that even appeared to look like they didn't fit in and might be Antifa, people would point it out, and the cops would immediately head right to them and basically turn them around and walk them out of the area. So they're very proactive, is what I've seen, which is what we're supposed to be in law enforcement, de-escalate something before it happens. You see the bad element, get them the hell out of there. And that's what we've seen with the Richmond PD and the Virginia State Police here. Johnny on the spot, boom, see the threat, face the threat, move it the hell out so it doesn't continue. So we're very impressed with that.
Yeah, and let me ask you your opinion on this. So a lot of the hype that was coming out of both sides, in this world of politics, everyone who is an operative or who is in control or who has put money into this likes to control the narrative, and they want their own version of their own narrative to get out there. So a lot of what we've been hearing the last week or so, with false flags, and a lot of information came out, but we did our research, we did our homework, and would always try to trace things back to the original source. One source was Senator Amanda Chase, who you interviewed yesterday, who had put a warning out on her Facebook. I don't think to be malicious. I think she's a patriot, and she was worried for everybody.
Yeah.
Was that the impression you got when you interviewed her yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, she's just like, I mean, she's not just a senator. She's an American patriot that believes wholeheartedly in our Constitution and the Second Amendment. And she packs, concealed carry. She also open carries when she's in the Capitol doing her job. So, you know, she's getting from her, you know, social media, what's being put out on the internet. Hold on. A couple of dogs ready to fight. One is wearing a pink jacket, so that might be an Antifa dog.
Yeah, just pan over there for a second. Let's see those dogs there.
Oh, they're gone. They're now.
So one of
German
the
German Shepherd tried to take on a little white dog and a pink dog. That's the biggest fight we saw. Yeah.
So one of the other questions though for you. Yesterday, when you toured the Capitol grounds when no one was down there, you said it was scary. It was like, as someone who served overseas in a lot of these dictatorial states, that it was kind of frightening to see that in a state here in America that they were surrounding the Capitol grounds, the People's House, and stopping them from coming in with their weapons, of which you could do a week ago. Down there on the ground now, and hearing all the hype that's come out on both sides, do you find it to be a scary time in this country that sadly Americans, patriots, conservatives, Republicans, their first reaction on this kind of stuff is to believe there's some kind of a setup, some kind of a false flag event and plan, that we are so divided and scared of the deep state, everything we've seen happen with the coup against Trump, impeachment, that it's a sad place to be in America's history, that the first reaction we have is to think that there's some malicious plan in place?
Well, look, I guess the best way of putting that would be that, you know, everybody gets their information from a different source. All right. You're either getting it from Fox or CNN or MSNBC or one of the other networks, or you're getting it from YouTubers like myself. And if anyone goes with some information and they're putting it out as if it's fact, and you follow that person, that ends up getting spread around. And in some cases, it goes viral, depending on how big of a social media platform that person happens to have. And I think that's what happened here. We ended up with, you know, a few people that just gave their opinions on what they thought would happen, and people started sharing that. And, you know, I've said it before, I'll say it again, it's one of the reasons why, you know, we're very upfront, very honest with our show. We dig deep for facts, and we don't just start reporting things and putting information out there unless we can back it up. And that's been a good working platform for us because, you know, we're growing our subscriber list. We're having people, you know, hell, when I've got people coming up to me here in Virginia thanking me for what I'm doing on YouTube, people aren't even, I'm very humbled for that. It means I'm doing something right. And what I want to do right is put out factual information. Right? So, listen, just because something's on the internet doesn't mean it's going to be true. And just because, you know, you someone that puts, you know, I tell my subscribers all the time, if I'm putting something out and, you know, then, and it's controversial, look it up, do your homework as well. If you find that I made a mistake, call me out on it. And for those of you that have been following me for a long time, you know that I will be the first person to say, hey, look, you know, I got that wrong. That rarely happens because we have a team of people, to include myself, that vet the hell out of a story before we report on it. So, you know, that's what we're all about, bringing the truth to the people, and the hell of all this fake news shit, because I'm sick of it as much as you guys are.
Yeah, and you know, and that's one of the things working with you. And I think we do a great a job as possible as we can. Like leading up to this, Doug went and did a video on the General Assembly rule change, on the actual state of emergency declaration, on the Virginia Constitution, and telling everyone, we try to get as close to the source as possible. We saw State Senator Amanda Chase's Facebook post going viral, and then it was getting repeated over and over and over again in alternative media, all over the comment sections on blogs and YouTube. And right away, we as a team said, hey, let's try to get Amanda Chase on the show. And we're able to talk to her, and she was very nice. But yeah, she put out her opinion. A lot of people grab it and then they report it as if it's fact, or a lot of people try to play a game where, they say, I've got a top secret source who gave me this information, and what happens is it gets spun and spun and spun and spun, and before you know it, everybody believes it was actual intelligence. And we got one of our producers on the phone calling the local, state, and Capitol Police for the last 48 hours to confirm if people with 3%er patches and certain type of clothing were going to be arrested. And the police, which they're not going to give you their battle plans, they don't do that, but they all said no, that was not a command that had come down from the top at all. That was rumors. That wasn't actually going to happen. So that's why we say here we're trying to separate fact from fiction and to bring you, the closest piece of information to the truth, the closest piece of information to the source where all this stuff starts from.
Yeah, definitely. And look, we're seeing massive amounts of people walking out. So it appears that the events winding down are over with, and praise God, it all turned out peacefully, and we didn't hear any gunshot fire, and we didn't see any major confrontations with anyone. So when I say, pray for peace, and I say pray for all of us that are here and members of law enforcement and so forth, it worked today. This is God's way of showing us that He's there, okay? And so far, everything has been very cool, and the event appears to be almost over with, and we have little to no problems whatsoever. So
now let me ask you, and this would strictly be your opinion, but if you were these politicians in Virginia, and not just Virginia, but the ones watching around the country as red flag laws and other unconstitutional gun ban legislation is popping up in Florida and North Carolina and other places, do you think that today that this was enough of a show of force to make these guys think twice? Because my personal opinion is that politicians on the federal, state, and local level generally don't care what the people think. They have big money people that put them into office. The only way they will ever change is if they actually fear that the people will revolt against them.
I agree, and it is my hope that that's exactly what happened. For them to see this huge group of people coming from all over the state and other states, even other countries. We saw people from Japan that were here. We saw people from Australia that were here. They came for this. They came for this rally. So, I can only hope, and we can only pray, that the Democrats in the Virginia House and Senate got the message today. They saw this many people show up with weapons to say, you're not taking away our rights. And it went peacefully. And, if the deep state did try to do something stupid, well, they didn't do it. Or it was bullshit. And it wasn't going to happen anyhow.
Let me ask you this question. Daryl Tessam in the chat said, Doug, would you ask the nearest police officer how long he will follow orders before he honors his oath to the Constitution? Well, let me just ask you that question, because I know a lot of the police officers, they are under order not to go on record, and if they're talking to you, they're not keeping their eye on the crowd and doing their job. As someone who is former law enforcement, where would you draw the line between, you know, your job and your paycheck versus if you were told to do something that you knew was against the Constitution or against your pledge to serve the citizens?
Well, for starters, you don't. If you're on duty, you don't engage in any political talk, and this is 100% political. Okay, this is the Democrats against Republicans. Period. That's all we're putting this. So you can't get into that kind of discussion, but you can fist bump and you can give each other thumbs up and know that you're on their side, and that's what's happened throughout the day. And that's what happened yesterday when we interviewed that one officer. There was only certain things he could or couldn't say, but towards the end, when I started pointing out what I felt was unsafe, he was very quick to say, that wasn't my plan. Okay, and a smile and a look. I get it, dude. That's so. And he did. And they all do. They all think this is stupid as hell, but it's their job, and they're making money, and they do feed their family, and that's what they do. They're cops, and we thank them for it.
Well, and that's the other thing, Douglas, and I'm sure a lot of your audience seem to be well informed. But over the years, we've seen even in a very liberal city like New York, who had Mayor Michael Bloomberg, actually the guy who is responsible for a lot of what's going on in Virginia with the money he put in here, and he's a big gun grabber. And then with Bill de Blasio, we've seen even in a liberal city, with over the years of hiring a lot of liberal cops, we've seen them turn their back on Bill de Blasio at funerals and at other events to show that they are not going to bow down to him, the politician, all the time. So I think that's generally what people are most worried about, is whether it be military, National Guard, law enforcement, the rank and file guys we hear about in the FBI and the Justice Department, who are not necessarily the political types that make the decisions. Do you think if it ever push comes to shove, and again, people need to understand, if there was going to be a false flag, your conspiracy can only be so wide. If there's 3 guys that know about it, there's a good chance you can hide it. If you have to tell an entire police department you're running a conspiracy against the people, that will never work. So in this particular case, do you think, even with politics as heated as they are, police all over the country, which are normal people, they saw what happened in Charlottesville, would sometimes stand down, if they were told to stand down and let people clash, that they might actually say, no, that's not what my job is. I have to serve and protect the public.
Look, we've seen in numerous places across the country that's more conservative and have Republicans in charge, where the cops will get right in there and battle with anyone to stop the aggression. And then we've seen, in California and Oregon and Washington State, where it's just the opposite. Democrats run it, and the cops, look, they're just, I don't know whatever you call it. I call it weak, okay? I call it weak because your job is to protect and serve the people. And if you know that people are being injured by Antifa, and the mayor told your police chief to stand down, and the police chief told you to stand down, and your ass stands down, then your ass needs to go get another job, because you don't deserve to be in law enforcement. And the people should make sure that mayor gets kicked to the frickin' road, and the police chief as well.
Yeah. So what do you think, Doug, in the case of, and again, this is your opinion, but it's stuff that comes up with your audience, and a lot of people want to know your opinion as someone who served 18 years in the military, 4 combat tours under 4 United States presidents. If there was ever a situation where there was civil unrest, or a rally like this was 20 times as big, and because people were standing up for their rights being stripped away, and let's say, whether it be the President of the United States, I'm not saying Trump, any president, we're going to use the Insurrection Act, or Title 31 with the National Guard, any of the things we talked about and want to happen at the border itself, if they ever tried to turn the military or National Guard against the people, do you think there would be enough rank and file that would say, hell no, I'm not taking part in that? You know, send me to the brig?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, I believe that they would go, that should not happen. You know.
Right. So
They're
that
no
so that
different
would
than we are.
So that would be any type of political civilian commander that tried to order something like that. You think there would be enough patriots, enough American-loving people in the military that would say, no, we're disobeying orders. We will not do that. Okay.
Yeah, I cannot imagine for the life of me. I served active duty as well as National Guard. For the life of me, any National Guard member taking that kind of order, because it's an unlawful order, and our oath, our commitment tells us that it's okay to not enforce an unlawful order, and that's what that would be, especially if it goes against constitutional rights. So there's a lot of people out there that like to spread rumors and conspiracy theories about how the National Guard would get involved and start taking on the Patriots and all that shit. And that ain't gonna happen. It's just not.
Yeah, and I would think, Doug, right now, just to clarify this for the audience while we're just waiting to see if anything happens at the end here, like what you just said, if it's an unconstitutional order. Now, I know there's a lot of people today, saying that the police are helping enforce an unconstitutional, but the issue that we have today is that the state of emergency was declared by the governor a few days ago. The Virginia Citizens Defense League challenged that and brought it to court. Lost in court, brought it to the Virginia Supreme Court. The Virginia Supreme Court went and actually turned down the stay. So in this particular case, the police, the rank and file are answering to the mayor. Do you consider this to be, crowd control, standard operating procedure, or is this police enforcing an unconstitutional order? We lost Doug's feed. Give me a moment. I'm going to actually flip over to another feed that we have here that somebody just sent us. See if I can actually find it. Actually, I'm going to cut real quick to Doug's interview or Capitol Grounds tour yesterday, and then I'm going to get him right back on so we can keep talking while we finish this up. One Nation Under God, thank you very much for your donation. We appreciate it very much. People think about it from a restaurant or a bar, like from a fire marshal's perspective. Just according to statutes, you'd have to have multiple entrance and exits, emergency exits. And if there really is only funneled into one area, God forbid something happen. And I'm not talking about, guns going off or anything like that, but just from people rushing, in an emergency and running over each other. It seems to be kind of dangerous.
It does. And I was looking a while ago as we were walking up at the fencing and how they've got them linked together here. So they're linked together with the actual connectors that would connect sections together. But then on top of that, they've taken zip ties and they've tie wrapped them as well for extra strength, I guess. Again, if something did go sideways and you've got a whole bunch of people rushing towards this fencing, we would knock it down in a matter of, no time at all. But it's, I don't know. I just, as an American patriot, as someone who served my country in the military and in law enforcement, just standing here makes me feel like I'm not in America. It makes me feel sad, actually, that my country that this is happening right here in America, that American patriots are allowed to come and hold a rally in a state that has open carry or concealed weapons permit, but because of agitators that supposedly they have information will be coming down here, We're going to make it to where the American patriots cannot have their weapons on them and fence them in to an area that you see here. That doesn't make any sense to me at all, and I know it doesn't make any sense to you either. Why would you send people into possible danger and have absolutely no way to defend yourself? I mean, just imagine this. Okay, so if there are people coming here with bad intent, so they don't come in here through the fencing, all right? They stand outside.
At Valley Forge, men were dying. You think it's cold here? They were dying from exposure, influenza, pneumonia. Almost 2,000 of his troops died during that stay at Valley Forge. So how did that ragtag group win against a better funded, well-rested enemy? Let me tell you, one of my favorite portraits of all time is hanging in my office right now. It's a portrait of George Washington in the snow at Valley Forge next to his horse, praying. I'm sure many of you have seen that picture. And yes, I'm sure it's embellished somewhat, just like many other pictures from that time period. But many of the people who knew Washington said that was the kind of man that he was. He was a man of prayer, and that's why I like that portrait. It's a reminder to me of where the real battle is won. And George Washington knew this, and so did our other founding fathers. Listen to the words of Thomas Jefferson, another Virginian, penned in the Declaration of Independence. He said that in the midst of the war that they were fighting, that they were appealing to the supreme judge of the world to give them the help that they needed. The supreme judge of the world? Look, folks, they weren't talking about the United Nations. Those are the words that every founding father signed his name to in agreement. And for us, we would do well to remember their example. But you know who else should remember their example? Lord Northam. He doesn't recognize the God-given rights that are spoken of in the Declaration of Independence. He thinks our rights are mere privileges. He wants to take your gun rights away, but let me ask you again, does Virginia need more gun control? No! How will disarming you and me lower the crime rate? That's the question he can never answer, nor can he tell us how any of the new laws that he's advocating would have stopped the tragedy in Virginia Beach last year. He can't answer that question either. Look, I'm running out of time, so let me end with this. I'm cutting this short, but we have a powerful speaker coming up next who's going to talk to you about how we really stop a bad guy with a gun. Because it's not gun control. Gun control doesn't stop bad guys with guns. Background checks don't stop bad guys with guns. A good guy with a gun does. And he's going to speak to you in just a second. But let me say this. The passion and the activism that's here today, it has to be a way of life. We have to stay vigilant. We have to pray. We have to vote, or we are going to lose our rights. The governor may think that he has won the day today, but he has only strengthened our resolve. As John Paul Jones said when all hope seemed lost, and the British commander ordered him to surrender the ship, he said, "I have not yet begun to fight." Everyone, this here is a start. It is not the finish line. We will not compromise. Thank you for being here today.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you, Eric. The next person, a plumber by trade, saved countless lives at a mass shooting at a Texas church in Sutherland Springs in 2017. Without hesitation or concern for his own safety, he grabbed an AR-15 and ran barefoot toward the sound of gunfire. He didn't run away from it, he ran towards it. Coming from the gunfire coming from a church, and he engaged in a gunfight with a mass murderer. The murderer lost. Let's have a round of applause for Stephen Williford. Woo! Woo!
Thank you very much. I just want to say I'm going to go a little bit off the script here, and I'm going to tell you that this is more scary than facing someone shooting at you. I'm from Sutherland Springs. My community is under 600 people. And on November 5th, 2017, evil came into our church and started killing my neighbors. I grabbed my AR-15, the same kind of rifle that these politicians are trying to ban today. And I ran across the street. I confronted him in gunfire. He hit the truck in front of me, the car behind me, and the house behind me. And I hit him. Had I had anything other than an AR-15, I probably would have been counted among the casualties. He had on Class 3 body armor. Now that you know a little bit about me, I want to talk about who you are as Virginians. Virginia is the state, the birthplace of the Declaration of Independence, the state instrumental in designing the Constitution of the United States, one of the greatest documents ever written. Virginia, where founding fathers like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison crafted the Bill of Rights. These rights are protections from the very government that sits in this Capitol building and tries to strip them from you. These rights were given to you by God, not by them. Thomas Jefferson wrote himself, "The Constitution of most of the states assess that all power is inherent in the people, that it is their right and duty," get that, duty,
Curlin's so badass, he doesn't
to
even
be
need a
armed
weapon.
at all times.
Hey, you catch that?
This freedom has been fought for and proclaimed in your streets, your cities, and your countryside. The blood of American patriots has been spilled here for that freedom. Freedom for tyranny, freedom for a government that ignores the voices of its people. Now all of America's eyes are on you, Virginia, wondering whether you will let your rights be encroached upon. This is not just a Virginia problem. We dealt with governments trying to disarm us before. In 1775, hundreds of British troops marched on Lexington and Concord to confiscate a cache of weapons, knowing that if they could disarm us, they could control us. They were met by over 2,000 Minutemen, farmers, trade owners, and shop owners. Together, these men drove back the British, and they kept their arms and their rights to bear them. This launched a war that would give birth to the greatest nation this world has ever known.
You got them going, you got them going. Yeah.
Less than 100 years later, in 1835, the Mexican military controlled by Santa Anna attempted to seize weapons from Texas settlers. When they arrived to seize the weapons, they were met with a flag bearing the sign of a cannon and the words, "Come and take it." The Mexican soldiers were met with a hastily formed militia of Texans, and they were repelled. Gonzales kept its cannon. And the Texans, with volunteers of other states, including Virginia, won their independence, became a republic, and joined the United States of America.
You know, not necessarily all a bunch of conservative
your own
folks.
Virginians
I mean, a bunch. I mean, I'm sure there's
fought
definitely it's
and
probably
died at the Alamo.
center right, but there's some people out here that definitely are not. I had it in my other video
From the Civil War
that I just did.
to World War I and World War II,
named Corey
Korea,
from St. Louis.
Vietnam,
He is,
Desert Storm,
came out here,
and
he's
present
supporting gun rights.
conflicts.
You know, it's
Brave
just really
men
great.
and women have fought and
You know,
died
there's street fairs,
and
people
answered
selling,
the
there's,
call
like, street
for
vendors
freedom.
out here selling a bunch of stuff.
We've fought these
you know,
battles
there's people
before.
signing,
Now instead of sending an army,
Sorry about that. My audio was off. This is Dustin Gold, producer, the Douglas Ducote Show. Douglas is his cell signal dropped again, so he's trying to find a place where he can get back on because he's going to cover people coming out. As he said earlier, based on looking at Charlottesville, Portland, Seattle, other events like this that have occurred, it's generally when people are being funneled back out down side streets and alleyways is when Antifa comes. Now, we are getting some texts and reports from some people. We cannot confirm this. Douglas is trying to find out. People are saying there's some buses of Antifa that are coming in right now. Again, we can't confirm this. We've been bringing you a feed of the speeches going on the ground. I see other people writing in the chat right now that Fox News Channel and OAN and others plastered Antifa rallies all over the news, but no one is covering this right now. I cannot confirm. I do not have the TV rolling in front of me. If anyone knows this to be true, if you're monitoring, let me know. Also, if you'd like to come on as a caller in the chat, you can call or come on as a caller in the show. Let me get you the phone number that you guys can call if you want to come on. Okay, you are going to call 712 770 5505 and use code 266866, and then you'll talk to Chrissy Piccolo. She's our producer who's call screening today if you want to get on, and then she will text you the number to call in the show. I'm going to drop that in the chat right now. Again, it's 712-770-5505, and the code is 266866. So let me drop that in the chat for you guys. It's going to come in right now under Doug's name. And I see Chrissy is dropping in there as well. If you want to come on live and ask any questions, Doug will probably be back up in a few minutes. He's trying to find a place where he could broadcast from and watch as people are exiting. Right now, I'm also going to cut over to a, let me see real quick.
Defend our freedom.
Yeah, let's go back over and take a look at the rally speeches again. The feed audio is coming in a little cleaner now.
The second box is the ballot box.
No, or sanctuary.
November.
Like there's only a handful.
Actually, we're not. There's only a couple of feeds with the rally speeches. I do want to show you guys an aerial shot that is coming in right now so you can see overhead and what that looks like. See if I can pull that in for you right now. Coming in, let's see who's got it. I think WSLS, yeah. So let's cut over to this and take a look. So here's an aerial shot. You'll see the Capitol in the center there. And they're going to pan the crowds in a second. You'll be able to see. But if you want to call in the show, I'll drop it in again. This is from Douglas. Just call this number, use that code. You'll talk to call screener Chrissy Piccolo, and then she will give you the number to call in the show if you guys have any questions or comments. And again, we appreciate all the donations we received leading up to this. It allowed Douglas to do the coverage he did yesterday, allowed us to do this. We've been investing in equipment, production software, video equipment. The next thing that we're working towards purchasing is a cell phone bonding device. We've rented one for some of the other stuff we've done, but we'd really like to get one. That allows you to plug multiple cell phone cards into a device so that if you're in an area like this, it'll pull, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, Sprint all together, and it creates the best broadcast signal. It's the next best thing to using an actual satellite, which, is costly and expensive. Marilyn Galley, thank you very much for the super chat. Keep fighting for your rights in America. Yeah, we will, and it's sad that we have entered a time in America where our political enemies are openly trying to strip us of our God-given constitutional rights. And clearly, violating the Constitution, clearly have no problem with violating our Bill of Rights. Also, while you're on here, if you can, on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to youtube.com/freedomforcetv. That's going to be our backup, where we're going to start broadcasting Doug's stuff on there as well in case his main channel ever goes down. We're also going to start featuring some content from some other creators as well as we build up that as its own independent network. We are going to start working towards creating our own iPhone and Android apps and also smart TV apps. It's something that's going to take us, a while to get accomplished, but it's the next place we have to go with all of the censorship that's going on out there. Let me cut back and see if the feed is coming in now with the rally speeches.
Like they're done speaking, at least the main guys are done speaking right now, so hopefully this is the guy that actually set the whole rally up. This is the guy that's behind it, this older man that you see in the bottom left-hand corner. He's the founder of that gun organization that lobbies, and that's been a big part of the freedom of the Second Amendment in Virginia.
Okay, so the rally speeches are actually wrapping up over here. We're going to go back to this aerial view so you can see what's going on. If you want to call in the show live, I'm going to drop in the number again. Talk to Chrissy Piccolo, our producer, and she will get you on there. Again, Douglas is scouting an area to broadcast from where he can see the people coming out, where he can get a cell signal, because a lot of the issues going on down on the ground right now have been cell signals dropping. But so far, it's been a peaceful day. We've tried to do factual reporting over the last week on this, followed everything from the General Assembly rule change that blocked people from bringing guns into the Capitol building, the state of emergency declaration by Governor Ralph Northam to block guns from being on Capitol grounds. We showed you a 45-minute tour yesterday of the Capitol grounds. We also brought you the interview with Senator Amanda Chase, whose Facebook post on what could happen went viral. We were able to get that interview yesterday. So we've been trying to really work hard at separating fact from fiction and keep everyone informed and try to get you as close to the source of these bills, these rules, these state of emergency declarations, and people that we're posting on Facebook. So far, it's been peaceful. We're waiting to see if people exit and they're funneled into different areas where people believe Antifa could be waiting. We don't know. One of the things that could have happened with this, as it appears more Americans are aware of the possibility of false flags, the possibility of controlled opposition, the possibility of provocateurs and infiltrators within these type of events. It could have been the Democrats who are trying to do unconstitutional, authoritarian, draconian stuff to we the American people. They may have decided to keep this event controlled properly, and just like our side has showed up and been peaceful and respectful, they may have also decided to do the same thing, because this is going to be fought in the court of public opinion, whether or not the Democrats and the rhinos who are supporters of red flag laws are going to be able to get away with this kind of stuff, or are they not? One of the things you always have to be aware of in this situation, I saw it as someone who's followed politics and have been reading history since 2006, is that even back in the old days of 2006 to 2008, at the tail end of George W. Bush's presidency, there was a big volunteer group called the Minutemen who were down on the border, and they were patrolling, trying to bring attention to the fact that we were fighting wars overseas, but we weren't securing our own border. The issue that you faced there was that eventually that movement, like anything, there's infighting, and the leaders of that, a guy named Jim Gilchrist and the other was Chris Simcox, started fighting with each other, who was going to be in control, who was going to run for office. That led into what became the Tea Party. That movement lasted a couple of years. There were a lot of rallies and other things that happened, but eventually they fizzle out, and these people in government do understand that the majority of conservatives, pro-Americans, people that you see out there today have jobs and they work and they have limited money. You know, for a lot of these people that come across country, look at Doug. We raise money from you, the fans, to be able to get there, stay there, report from there. So they know that when these people disperse, it's going to be very difficult for them to get back together in the case that, say, the Democrats wait a couple of days and then try to slide through a number of gun grab bills. So they are well aware of the fact that people can't organize like this every single day. So you come out, you show force, you stand your ground, you make your case, but then eventually you have to go back to your real life, and you have to remember, these guys' real life are politics and our policy, and they work on this nonstop all day, every day. This is all they're doing, is talking to the lobbyists, talking to the Michael Bloombergs, the Tom Steyers, the George Soroses that back them, and getting their orders, and then going out there and trying to pass these unconstitutional laws. And that is just the fact of this thing and how it works. I want to thank Tom Ewing. He just sent over a super chat. God bless your team and the president and his family. God bless America. Thank you very much, Tom. I also want to thank Gina Harrell. Stay safe, Patriots, who just sent a super chat. Thank you very much. God bless you again. You know, your donations make the coverage possible, the ability for us to have, you know, this broadcast software, the ability for us to do all this stuff on the ground. Hold on, I'm getting a text message from Doug right now. Also want to say thank, before I jump to that, Sandra Oldham, who sent in a donation, Keith Soderback, and everyone else that's been sending us info throughout the day as well. Okay, so Doug is sending me some information from the ground. He went and scouted the area. He's not seeing any Antifa. He's not able to get a full cell coverage down there. They're hanging out, watching people starting to exit right now. Let me just see if I can get him on the... hold on a second. We've got a caller right now. Let's see if I can get them on. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, who is this?
Hi, this is David Fedor. I'm from Springfield, Illinois.
David, thank you very much. So, how's it going today?
Pretty good. If you have just a couple of minutes, I have a way that we can fight this thing. And fight it in a way that is peacefully, but I need everyone's help. Every gun owner in America needs to be filing a complaint, and Virginians should be filing a complaint against the governor under Title 18 USC Section 242, which will put a prosecutorial arm of the FBI on Northam. Now, you'll need to Google that. Filing a complaint is real simple, and there are instructions there. And matter of fact, I'll even offer to help for free. I value my gun rights just as many Virginians do, and I want to put this to bed so it doesn't come to Illinois.
All right, hold on one. So you said USC Title what?
USC Title 18,
okay.
Section 242.
Hold on one second. I'm going to pull that up on the screen for everybody.
Okay.
All right, let's see. So, I'm sorry, sir. What was that?
The timing for this is absolutely perfect. Trump's in a re-election mode, and we need to send him a message that we have to have this pushed through, because if he doesn't support us, we're not going to support him.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm just pulling it up on the screen. Okay, we've got it. So, USC, let's see, Title 18, Section 242, makes it a crime for a person acting, hold on a second, let me get it up on the screen, Makes it a crime for a person acting under color of any law to willfully deprive a person of a right or privilege protected by the Constitution or laws of the United States. For the purpose of Section 242, acts under color of law include acts not only done by federal, state, or local officials within their lawful authority, but also acts done beyond the bounds of that official's lawful authority if the acts are done while the official is purporting to or pretending to act in the performance of his or her official duties. Persons acting under color of law within the meaning of his statute include police officers, prison guards, and other law enforcement officials, as well as judges, care providers in public health facilities, and others who are acting as public officials. It is not necessary that the crime be motivated by animus toward the race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin of the victim. The offense is punishable by a range of imprisonment up to a life term or the death penalty, depending on the circumstances of the crime and the resulting injury. So let me ask you, do you know of any cases where this was used?
No, I just actually discovered this several weeks ago. Well, maybe perhaps a month ago. And I started looking at it. Now, I want to put a couple of cautions in here. I know with the situation with the DOJ and Barr's trying to clean it up, that we may receive some pushback on this, but we have to do this en masse. We have to have everyone filing complaints, and then we have to get our legislators to also file complaints and push this through, and then flood Trump with a whole bunch of messages. Call them, write them, email them, all that stuff, to put pressure on him to make sure that the FBI and the DOJ do their jobs. Now, filing a complaint is real simple, and if you look at the side of that page, you'll see how to file a complaint. Once you click on that link, then that takes you to another page, and if you look about halfway down the page, it says criminal. And you click that link, and that's how you get your instructions on how to file a complaint. Doesn't take very long, doesn't cost you a thing. But we really have to bring this to the forefront, because it's not just about gun rights, it's about free speech and all that stuff. So please take 5 minutes if you value your rights and file a complaint so we can push this thing through. If we can do that with the Second Amendment and they get penalized, they're not going to keep pushing this.
Yeah, so let's war game this for a second. I mean, as far as a political strategy, because this is very similar to a lot of the stuff we've been talking about with the border, as we've done our border mini documentaries and have been interviewing law enforcement and Border Patrol and really exposing the truth of what's going down there and what the mainstream media, it really hasn't even covered over the last several years. But we've got a whole slew of laws under USC Title 1907 1324A, which has to do with aiding and abetting illegal aliens, all kinds of laws that the federal government should have been using against sanctuary city mayors and, harboring illegals, domestic transporting, alien smuggling, conspiracy, aiding and abetting. There's so many of these laws that we don't actually enforce. One of the things we've been talking about on the border is a three-part solution, and one includes using the Insurrection Act signed in 1807 by Thomas Jefferson, which would allow the president to put military with arrest powers, on the border. We've talked about a number of things. How do you suggest we package this, this concept in a way that we can either create a petition or something that's uniform that allows the audience and our followers to be able to get this to the right people? How could we package it from our show in a way that we can get this out as soon as possible?
Okay, the first thing we do is we get everyone to file a complaint. Let's flood them. I mean, let's just pile it on them, hard and heavy. And then we start hitting our governmental representatives and senators. Flood them. Tell them to start filing complaints. And at that point, when we get our senators and representatives in there, we begin a political push. Contact President Trump. Have them contact President Trump. See, when you talk about sanctuary cities and stuff, we can't use the same law. Okay? We are filing because of a violation of our civil rights. That is going to be a little bit better than going after a sanctuary city. So we have to push this thing. I mean, we can sit back and watch YouTube videos all day long and complain about everything in the chat rooms, which that's good. We get it off our chest, but we have to actually do something that can make a difference.
Yeah, look, and it's the same way we feel here. We talk about, with our border stuff, we were down on the ground and going back there investigating, the deep problem, bringing the people the truth, but it's coupled with the solution, which is the three-part solution we developed, and we've worked channels, to the White House and are still dealing with some attorneys who are clarifying some of these old laws and regulations we pulled up that we think we could use, and that's what we're trying to do is build, expose the problem and then offer a solution. So we're a solutions-based, platform, not just whining and complaining about the problem. I see a lot of people in the chat are saying, leave President Trump alone. He doesn't have power over a state government. Quit letting the Dems steal the elections. The issue is, in the state of Virginia, the left has used demographic warfare as well as big money from the Soros-Steyer Bloombergs to take over the state of Virginia. And the New York Times, shortly after this last election, bragged that they used a 20-year plan to flip the state using demographic warfare. The Pew Research numbers show that about 73% of foreign-born, which Virginia has one of the highest growth rates of foreign-born, vote Democrat. It's not all about elections. And the president does have a power over the state when it comes to constitutionality. But as I've said to people, the president can't go in and arrest Governor Ralph Northam for saying that he would support these things. But minimally, I mean, what you're talking about, also coupled with the fact that I would have liked to see the president over the last week calm things down and tell the people of Virginia and patriots around the country that if the legislature passes an unconstitutional gun bill, if Ralph Northam signs it into law, my Attorney General, Bill Barr, will be right there to file a lawsuit against the unconstitutionality of that bill, and that he will work it all the way up to the Supreme Court, which would happen pretty quickly because it's a civil rights issue, and that we will fight this constitutionally. But yes, it also should be coupled with enforcing laws that we already have on the books.
That's right. We attack the problem with as many tools in our toolkit as we can. So I believe in fighting on every front possible. Our Second Amendment rights are too important. If you lose your Second Amendment, you lose your guns, and you're going to lose everything else.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's the way it is. You lose the Second Amendment, and as we know, First, Second, and Fourth Amendments have been under major attack over the last, I'd say 50 years, but especially the last 5 to 10 years. And that's true. I mean, as soon as you lose one, all the other ones could fall. They're all just as important as the others. So that's where we are at right now in this country. Hang on one second. Dinah Boy, thank you very much for the super chat. God bless all patriots, and God bless you as well. So, yeah, if you wouldn't mind, please email me at dustin@douglasducote.com so we could stay in touch and maybe jump on a call with Doug off air.
Okay.
And then that way we can, work with you on this and put something together that we can get out to the audience.
Okay, very good.
So Dustin@douglasducote.com. Thank you very much, sir, and God bless you. And this is what people need to be doing, guys. We need to be looking for solutions, not just talking about the problems. All right,
That's right.
Yeah,
okay, God bless all the patriots. I'm glad that today's rally went off without a hitch, and I'll be sending you an email, Dustin.
All right, well, thank you very much, sir. God bless you, and thanks for reaching out to us.
All righty, bye.
All right, bye. All right, let's see. I think we've got another caller on the line. Is anyone there right now? Oh, who is this?
Robert Norris here?
Robert Knorr, how are you, sir? Oh, Robert, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Yeah, I hear you fine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Robert Knorr. He also puts out independent content, and he was on our marathon, 24-hour border marathon stream that we had before we did our first trip down to the border. Oh, I'm
Thanks for having
hearing.
me on. I appreciate it.
Oh, Marilyn, I can hear you as well.
Hey, can you hear me, Dustin?
Yes, Doug, we can hear you. All right, so I've been telling the audience, hold on one second, Robert. I've been telling the audience, Douglas, that you guys pulled back because you were dropping cell service there, and then we had some of the rallies playing, and we've got an aerial shot up right now showing everyone dispersing. There were a lot of people reporting and worried about Antifa buses. I had texted you. You said you kind of scouted it out, and you haven't seen anything like that, correct?
I saw nothing like that, nor did I see any law enforcement reacting as if that was the case.
So as far as we can see from the aerial view right now, it looks like the Capitol grounds, cage, the box is slowly clearing out. As far as you guys can see, I told people you were hanging back from where people were exiting, and right now you haven't seen any problems, any stampedes or anything like that.
Nothing, zero. What about you, Nor?
What's that?
I'm sorry, Doug. What was that?
Who do we have on the line with us?
Oh, it's Robert Knorr. But Robert, you're not on the ground, right?
Hey, Robert.
No, I'm not in the ground. I wish I could be there, but I have been watching you all day. You're doing a great job.
Well, thank you very much.
Brother. Appreciate that.
All right, Doug. So what I'm going to do is, if you want, I'm going to take some people are calling in. I'll take some callers. Robert, do you have any questions for Doug?
Yes, I had a question. So I have seen people are obviously in the media trying to spin this as violence, as white supremacists. I've been watching you all day. I've watched some other feeds. I've only seen one feed of someone talking about violence, and everyone, all of the patriots, shut that person down. So I just wanted to get Doug on the record. Have you heard groups of people defending the Second Amendment suggesting any sort of violence whatsoever?
I've heard conspiracy theories, and I've heard CNN and MSNBC putting out information, which I think was basically to be a setup. In the event something did go wrong, they would paint the patriots as the bad guys. And, a lot of hoopla about all these other groups that were going to come in there to cause trouble. We heard there were people being bussed in, and they were wearing Trump hats, MAGA hats, and to infiltrate into our group and then, start issues then. And none of that was true. None of it was true. It was all just somebody started saying something, and it started spreading like wildfire. We did meet some Black Lives Matter people that were there. We knew they were Black Lives Matter because their shirt said Black Lives Matter, and they were black. And they were nice and peaceful and getting along great for everybody, shaking hands, and, just wanted to get their cause out there. It wasn't about guns or anything like that. They probably were packing. I didn't see it. They weren't there to cause any issues. When we did see people that appeared to be Antifa, we saw law enforcement own them like flies, and running them away from the area. The cops were very proactive. And the Antifa people we saw that they were running out really didn't even do anything. They were just standing there, and the fact that they were there and patriots were pointing them out got the cops to tell them to, best you move on out, let's go. And so, that's how the event went. A lot of people put out information that just wasn't true, and it kept getting spread and spread and spread. Not that they did it on purpose, not knowing, but they just believed that it was something factual because somebody's uncle's brother's cousin's sister's friend knew somebody in the CIA, and it went from there.
Robert,
Yeah,
are you
and I
still...
mean, that's...
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's what I've seen watching as well. I just wanted to give Douglas a chance to say that because obviously the media is trying to spin this as, oh, there was one person there who said we need a revolution. That's implying armed violence. I have not seen, in the entire stream I've been watching, I haven't seen anyone suggest anything whatsoever about any kind of violence. It's all about peacefully defending our rights. And one of the things you do that... Oh, sorry. One of the things you did that you just said there that Doug does that's excellent is, you're right. I think it's amazing that you're talking to people there that maybe you know are from groups that traditionally maybe wouldn't align with you. That's amazing. That's exactly what patriots should do. We were talking about the need to do more than just talk. One of the things we could do, all of us could do, is be willing to accept allies from all areas and be willing to show the world we are the people that won't judge you and won't silence you. We're here to have a discussion with anyone, whether they agree or disagree with us. I think it's amazing you did that. And on MLK Day, we actually have the media constantly tweeting out today, I've seen, and other people like Morgan Freeman, Alyssa Milano, isn't this scary that white people are open and caring like this? Now ask yourself, which group is the group of judging by the content of character and which group is judging based on the color of skin?
I agree. You're right.
Hey, and Robert, you're 100% correct on that, and that is when Doug went to Politicon, the big political conference in Nashville, and interviewed a lot of people, gave Bernie Bros the chance to talk to him in depth for 35 minutes, Yang supporters, Warren supporters, and others, because I wish, and I've been paying attention to politics and involved with politics since 2006, that we could get back to the day in this country where we were arguing over a 1% tax increase. Everything is so divided now. There's divide and conquer amongst our own ranks. There's identity politics in our own ranks. And I wish we could get back to the day where we could talk. And people are going to have to start to realize on big issues, yeah, we can't ally with someone who wants to take your constitutional rights away. But we can find common ground as Americans and try to inform and educate some of these Bernie supporters and others. Some of these guys Doug interviewed, they're just young and they're confused. They've been propagandized. They've grown up in the public indoctrination center school system. And if we can start to have conversations and awaken these people, this is how we can start to build our alliance and our movement bigger and not always being the one who comes out looking for a fight.
That's I couldn't agree more. And one of the things is, just real quick, remember, like we're talking, like Black Lives Matter was there. I disagree with the message of Black Lives Matter. I think that they are wrong when they talk about like a racist country and a racist police force. But one of the things you could reach out to different communities, particularly a black community, understand the first time that the Democrats came after people for their Second Amendment rights was the freed slaves. They said, oh, we can't leave guns in the hands of these freed slaves. They're inferior. They might come after us. So there is a rich tradition of the establishment left in this country trying to disarm minorities. So we should work together with people in all different stripes that have all sorts of backgrounds to understand that taking away your right to defend yourself is the first step of tyranny, and we should all come together against that, regardless of other differences we have.
Agree.
Yeah, Robert, and we just had a great guest on the other day. Doug's interviewed her a number of times, Jada Franson. She's from the UK. She's been fighting, you know, the radical Islamic takeover of the UK for many years. She went to prison for speaking out against it and covering a Muslim rape gang. But we're always talking about, you know, Nazi Germany, Soviet Russia, Venezuela, Cuba, all these places where they take away guns. We never talk about the story of the United Kingdom. And it was eye-opening to hear from her in the late 1600s. They actually had gun rights. And over a 200-year period leading into the late 1800s, they took them away. And then you look at the United Kingdom today, they've always been about 10, 20 years in front of us. It seems like that gap has closed as we become more globalist, as The alliances are real enemies. The Soroses and people like that are able to work together faster. We see the same tactics being used against Western societies, whether that be in the UK, European Union, and here. It's really demographic warfare. It's shifting, different cultures together that cannot coexist, and then not having people assimilate to the host culture. And then you eventually are going to have culture clashes. And in the state of Virginia, the New York Times bragged about it. It took 20 years for them to flip Virginia. They used foreign-born population. Virginia is one of the highest foreign-born populations right now, and Pew Research is showing that, roughly 73% of foreign-born vote Democrat in the world we live in today. Yep. Democrat, sadly, is synonymous with third world. Look at Seattle, San Francisco, areas where people are crapping all over the streets, and this is something we're going to face. They took Virginia. They're going to try to take Florida. They're going to try to take Texas. So we have a wide range of issues we have to face, whether it be border security, our immigration policy, even in places like California where they're turning people's power off in rural areas, forcing them to flee and move to other states like Texas. And sadly, they flee a Democrat state for the failed policies of the Democrat state, but they bring their vote with them. And for some reason, they stick Democrat. So we've got a lot of issues.
Another thing that needs to be addressed that goes along the same issues as them trying to take away our guns is that we face a problem here in America with radical Islamic people, that Muslims that interpret the Quran in a negative way, and it's growing. And we have Ali Omar and Rashid Tlaib. If we can have 10,000 patriots show up to say, don't disarm us in Richmond, Virginia, we can have 10,000 plus show up on the steps of Washington, D.C. and say, we want these two women out of our Congress. And we want our Congress to censor them like they should be doing and doing their job, because they are a threat to our entire democracy. They are against guns. They are against law enforcement. They are against our military. They're against veterans. They're against our forefathers. And we know this because of what comes out of their own damn mouth and what they tweet. So I say this summer, I plan to put together a rally to do just that, to put the message out there that America does not want them. Your district welcomed you, yes, because they came over from a shithole country with you, and that's how you got elected. The rest of America does not want that hatred here. So, along with our Second Amendments, we need to get rid of people that want to do what Ali Omar and Rashid Tlaib want to do, and AOC while we're at it, because that bitch is just crazy.
Well, look, you're right, and this is why it all comes down to our border that we've been covering and immigration policy, because as Andrew Breitbart used to say, politics are downstream from culture. And if you're going to move a lot of radical Muslims into areas like Detroit and Maine and other places like that, you go to AOC's district. I think it was reported that roughly 50% don't even speak English in her district. And this is some of the reporting we want to do as well. We're going to go to some of these areas and show people what it looks like. But politics is downstream from culture. If you pack an area, like I always say, with plate-lipped Africans in loincloths, within a couple years, that congressional representative is going to be a reflection of those people that live there. So that's why we have a whole host of issues that we need to be able to take on and debate and discuss in this country, but all that's got to be fixed.
Yeah, and one of the things that I think you both might be interested in talking about is Ilhan Omar's challenger, the Republican. Her name's Dalia Al-Akidi, and she's actually a Muslim refugee from Iraq. But one of the things you often see is a lot of immigrants we have that come here and do things the right way, so go through the legal immigration process, that come from these terrible countries, they actually have a great appreciation for the United States. They love things like the Bill of Rights. And so what Al-Kini's saying is, she's like, how dare Omar denigrate the United States? How dare she glorify someone like Soleimani? I thought, my family was butchered by that madman and people like him, so I have a growing appreciation of the United States. And what we see is when you allow all of these illegals in, or you allow people that come in that are embittered to the United States in the first place and join kind of the establishment Democratic Party, they just spread that hatred. It's like, I think it was Jefferson that said that we could survive outside governments, but not traitors from within. And that's what we end up seeing. There's this cultural Marxism that's infested our establishment politics that thinks that the United States is the great evil and the oppressor. That's represented by Tlaib, Omar, and people like that. So, yeah, we certainly need to be talking about why the proposed allowing of illegal immigrants. I don't know how you feel. I'm not anti-immigrant. The great immigrants that come here and do things the right way and want to participate in the United States, that's fantastic. I'm anti-illegal immigrant. I'm anti-people that want to come here and bring the values of their crappy country they're leaving and take away our Bill of Rights, our free speech, and our liberty.
Amen.
All right. Well, let me, hey, Robert, let me jump off. I got another caller I got to bring on, and then I know Doug's going to try to get out of there before the traffic gets too crazy. So thank you very much, everyone. That's Robert Knorr. Robert, what's your YouTube channel for everybody?
It's just at Robert Knorr. I'll chat here in your live stream. They could just check. But, yep, just as it's spelled, Robert, and then Knorr's Noerr. Thank you guys all so much. You really are an inspiration to me. This is what independent journalism and independent content creators are about. So thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, brother.
All right, let me jump to this next call real quick. Hey, are you still there? I know you were on hold for a while.
Is this for Kelly?
Oh, Kelly, how are you? Kelly, where are you from, Kelly?
Kelly Price-Brenner. Yes, Kelly Price-Brenner. I wanted to say thank you for the live streaming. We were watching several live streams, and we greatly appreciate everything that Doug has covered and that we have also covered on our show that God has led us to, and that we want to, give Doug recognition and show that we're completely supporting him in, one, the Second Amendment rally that came about, and also the border that we have covered over a year ago, talking about the immigrants that are coming through that are of the Muslim or Arabic faith, and then how they bring in drugs and sex trading and different things that that are basically going on, and how they're marking it and how they're getting through the border. And that I agree that if they could use those boxes to put up quickly for a cheaper price to at least be a deterrent for the people to come across the border, would be a great thing and a fast thing to get up and start saving our country even more than what it is right now that President Trump is doing. And I feel that President Trump was just watching to see what the citizens were going to do in Richmond, Virginia today, because I feel that he would have stepped in at some point in time. But he wants to see us.
It was almost like a Trump rally. There were so many people there.
Pardon me?
It was almost like a Trump rally with the same amount of people,
Exactly. As we've seen the aerial we were looking at, and we were on several different channels. I mean, we were even on Blind Justice, but thank God you got to meet Blind Justice. But yes, we were, talking over every Saturday night we speak, and last Saturday night we spoke heavily on how the Muslims are coming through and trying to take over our country and put in Sharia law.
Yeah.
And so many different places in the United States and in different states that are actually being taken over by them. I mean, even where we live in Pennsylvania, if you go to Erie, you can't walk down the street without seeing them around. And, and there's so many sleeper cells in the United States that we've actually covered, and we've covered over the this past year, that people need to wake up and realize that we need to actually stand up and say enough is enough. If you are not legally here, like Omar and her marriage to her brother, and then her divorce, and her other marriage, so-called, all these different things that are going on, and then Talib there, we need to look at these situations, and we need to start speaking out, and we need to come together as a nation and we showed today, the left, that we could be human beings and gather together as one, even with Black Lives Matter, that we can sit there and be a very, very calm group of people and enjoy this rally and come out without having burned up, kicked over, and smashed people's heads in.
Amen. Which is exactly what the left is all very well invested in doing, as we've seen with Antifa along the West Coast. But we have to, patriots have to stick together. We have to come together. We have to support each other, and we have to get involved. And the best way of doing that, if you can't physically get involved, is support the channel, however you can, and share it and let people know about it. So thank you very much for the shout out for us, and we appreciate what you guys are doing too, and please keep it up.
Yes, if anybody wants.
Kelly, Kelly, I was just going to ask you. So, do you guys have a website? Do you have a YouTube channel? What kind of information are you?
Yeah, well, we have several things. So we have several different platforms, but we basically run on YouTube. But if anything was to ever happen, we have other backups. But it is under Kelly, Kellie, then a space, and then it's a lowercase p, hyphenated, lowercase b, underscore, capital S, capital A, capital M is our main channel on YouTube.
Did you say SAM?
It's Kelly, Kellie, space, P as in price, hyphenated, Renner, B, underscore, capital SAM.
Oh, FAM.
FAM as in family.
Oh, okay. I just found it. So, is it a picture of or do you have like sunglasses on in it?
Yeah, I have actually glasses. They're dark glasses. Yes.
I'm an empty nester mom, married to Mr. Eric, who works very hard.
Yep,
I'm gonna post that in the chat right now. And this week, Doug's going to be in the area for another couple of days, and then he's going to be in Nashville giving a speech at a veterans conference. So I'll check that out, and then we'll be in touch with you. Also, email me with your information at dustin@douglasducote.com, and then that way we can connect with you, and maybe we can bring you on as a guest and start showing some of your work as part of what we're going to try. We're trying to build with other independent creators out there is a platform. Same as you, we've got backups and different ways to get information out. So we're going to try to start building more of that infrastructure and featuring independent media.
Real truth. We want to spread God's word and what the real truth is. And showing God's word is showing what the real truth is what the Democrats are doing. And we use the word of God with what the Democrats are doing, the left is doing, and everything in regards to that. And when we do that, we start the show out with a prayer, a scripture, and then we go right into the news, and we end with a prayer. And if anybody needs prayer.
I noticed there's a lot. I mean, Douglas always ends with his prayer, American Joe and others. But, yeah, and that's what we're trying to do here. It's about using factual sources, trying to get as close to the initial source of this stuff, investigation, fact versus fiction, and delivering, credible information to the people as best we can as an independent media network. I mean, that's what we're trying to build.
Amen.
Thank you, sister.
You too, brother. Thank you for everything that you're doing, and we give you all kinds of love from the Lord.
Thank you very much.
Same here.
God bless you.
Okay, we will definitely email you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. All right, Doug, so your final thoughts there. We're watching the aerial view. I know where you are. You couldn't get cell service right now, but we're watching the aerial view. It looks like the Capitol grounds are pretty much all cleared up. The streets are starting to open up a little bit as far as the density of people packed together. I see police are in there. Looks like they're all wearing yellow crowd control vests. They're starting to move people down the street. As far as I can see, and I'm watching our chat, other people are watching other feeds. I don't think there's any major surprises or any kind of violence that has sprung up. You haven't heard anything on the ground there either.
No. The people that we did run into, like I say, that were, Black Lives Matter and a few of those Antifa people, everything was peaceful. Antifa didn't get a chance to even do anything because the cops were right on them and ran them out. And the Black Lives Matter people were there to celebrate too. Not only their own cause, but they believe in the Second Amendment just like we do. So everything was nice. Everybody was cordial. Everybody got along. It just goes to show that, look, there's too many people out there spreading false information. And I mean, think of all the crazy things that we heard leading up to this day. I mean, I heard people talking about they were going to have crop dusters spraying out, chemtrails over the top of us, and we're going to all pass out and die. And I mean, just stupid, crazy things that, that there's snipers on top of the buildings, from Antifa. They're going to shoot us like fish in a barrel. And I mean, it's just, what are you going to do? It's going to happen regardless. People are going to say stuff like that. But look, it turned out to be a great event. Very impressed with the amount of people that showed up. I think had it not been 21 degrees, maybe more people would have showed up. Had it been on a weekend, maybe more people would have showed up. But regardless, it was a great experience, a great day. I'm very, very happy and proud of the American patriots that could be there, and very, very blessed that we have so many followers and subscribers to the Douglas Ducote Show, our website, our YouTube channel, that couldn't be there, that were willing to donate money to help this cause. You guys, we work for you. That's what we do. We don't have big donors. We don't have, people that we have to answer to. We answer to you, the people, which is why we want to keep it that way at a small level. And, the big media corporations, they have to answer to these folks that are paying them millions of dollars. And they're not going to spin the narrative of the truth. The only way you're going to hear it is from people like myself, people like American Joe and so forth. Just an example that, we're getting you the facts. We're digging through the weeds per se, and if we can't prove it, then we're not going to talk about it. And that's what I'm all about. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Team Ducote, for everything you've done. Christy Piccolo, Dustin Gold, our producer, Marilyn Williams, everybody came together and made this a good event, helped us get here, and we're very blessed that God answered our prayers and did not allow any violence. And just think of it like this: not a single one of these scary guns went off on their own to kill somebody. Once again, the left thinks it's a bad thing, but all these guns, and not one of them went off and shot somebody.
Exactly.
So we're blessed there.
And we're looking at a shot, just to clarify here for the audience, some people said, but there were snipers on buildings. Now we're looking at an aerial shot right now of some snipers on buildings.
Those are law enforcement.
Yeah, we covered that earlier today. Doug got some shots of them as well. Those are law enforcement. Obviously, there were two things that were flying around on the internet. Some of it could have been fear porn to try to convince people not to go.
Yeah, those were law enforcement officers in case they needed to snipe bad elements that were supposedly going to come in and attack us. It wasn't to attack the Patriots, because if it was, then they would have done that, and they didn't do that. So, it was what law enforcement always does for big things like this. When there's going to be a rally of a significant size, they're going to put people up on top of buildings to get a good bird's eye view, and be able to also report to the guys on the ground in law enforcement, where things are at, and where the problem is, and so forth, and direct them there. So, it was all good. It all worked out fine. God was on our side.
Yeah, and I would say, Douglas, this is one of the things with newer technology. If people remember back when 9/11 occurred, there was very little footage out because smartphones were not out yet. They weren't in people's pockets, so you didn't have people pulling out their phones and taping videos. There wasn't much of that out there. But over the last several years, because 70% of the internet is now accessed over smartphones, that when these events happen, it makes it more and more difficult for them to pull off something like that, whether it's political operatives paying for it, Soros funding Antifa, or whether it be, we talk about deep state, whatever, because there were a lot of people out there, some that have YouTube channels, some that don't. They were just taping for their own. There's, 10,000 cameras going inside there. So a lot of that stuff becomes harder to do. People are live broadcasting. That is what makes it great with technology. That's one of the upsides, is that we're able to do this, and then anyone who's going to plan some kind of a conspiracy are going to have to work really hard, because they might have 100 cameras on them when that goes down.
Exactly. And I'll go ahead and close out my part, and I'll let you say the final goodbyes to everybody on from the control room. But I just want to say, before I do my prayer, if you're ever in Richmond, Virginia, and write this down, okay, so you never forget this. At 4840 South Landrum Avenue in Richmond, Virginia, there's an IHOP, and it's number 3355 IHOP. If you've never eaten there before, don't go there. That IHOP is racist. I'll leave it at that.
Well, Doug, let me just read you this in closing, too, because Dan Golvach, you guys may know him from the channel. He is an angel father. His son, Spencer Golvach, was murdered by a 5-time deported illegal alien in 2015, who actually went out that night on a shooting spree and, I believe, murdered 5 innocent people before a Houston cop blew him away. But Dan just wrote to me. He's been following along. He said, because he was really worried that something bad was going to happen, and he didn't want anything to happen to Doug or his wife or her team. And he said, let Douglas know I'm just thankful my prayers were answered. Maybe the fact that there were so many guys out there like you and Doug, that it would be hard to perpetrate any of these kind of events without it being caught on camera. Plus, this time we were all predicting it, which might have made them think twice about it. So Dan said, thank you, Douglas, for what you did. He appreciates this, and he's glad that you guys are safe and everyone made it out of there without being hurt or injured or arrested.
Great, and thank you, Dan. We love you, brother. All right, folks, so anyhow, from me, look, please say a prayer for our men and women serving the United States military, our vets, our law enforcement officers, our first responders, their families, our angel families, our blue and gold star families, our president, our country, and also for the remaining patriots that are still there on the ground like ourselves that are leaving now, please, dear Lord, let them have a safe return back to their homes where they came from. And thank you all very, very much for being a part of this operation that we put on for us.
All right. Well, thank you, Doug. God bless you. So you guys, I know you're hanging out in the area for the next couple of days, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you guys, are you planning on going up to D.C. at all?
I'm not sure yet. We're going to regroup and decide that in the next few hours, actually.
Okay, guys. Well, to the audience, we'll keep you guys posted. If there turns out there's anything that he and American Joe are going to do, or if they're going to go to D.C. or do anything like that, we'll fire up a live stream and get out the emails and cover some additional stuff. I'm going to hang out on here for probably about another 10, 15 minutes as the rest of the crowds disperse, just in case there's an emergency. We can cover it. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, Marilyn. God bless you guys. Have a safe trip getting out of the rest of that crowd. All right, folks. So that was Doug. He had lost cell signal at the end. Right now, we're watching an area view feed from one of the news cameras. What I'm going to do right now is, I think I'm just going to bring our other producer, Chrissy Piccolo, on to wrap up on here while we wait. I just want to keep an eye. I don't want to kill this stream and want to keep an eye on the aerial views just to make sure nothing happens because, you know, if we pop off here and then something happens, we would feel terrible about that. So let me send Chrissy a pass to get on here right now. I know Dan Golvach, the Angel Dad, was going to come on, but not for about another hour. And this thing looks like it's wrapping up, and there's no point to keep you guys bothered all day if everything turns out to be fine. So the other thing is, I would just ask you guys, when you're done here watching this on please go over to the YouTube channel Freedom Force TV. That's Freedom Force TV, and subscribe over there. That's a backup channel we're going to start building, and also there's other independent content creators that are going to start contributing some content to be played up on that channel, and that's the channel and the brand we'll be using to build out some apps as time goes on, and we start to work on growing what we're doing here, because obviously Doug can only produce so much content. So right now, and I'm still trying to pull up. My wife just texted me. She said, "Look, nobody got shot. See?" Well, there was a lot of people that were worried about this. So let me see if Chrissy's going to pop on or not. If not, then I'm going to probably wrap this up. I mean, I'm watching the aerial views from a couple different feeds right now. Everything looks like it's going fine. If you guys have any other information, just let me know. Hey, Swiftbird, you said our police chief said he would take off his badge the day they ask him to confiscate weapons. What city or area are you in? Okay, I see Chrissy here. Let me get her popped into the show. So I'm going to have her just give you an update from some stuff that she did yesterday. Some of the research she was doing that went behind actually a lot of what Doug was reporting on. because some people talk about sources and this kind of thing, and what she was working on were actual calls to the police departments and everything else, and that's, they're the source. They might not be telling you the truth, but, it's the closest you're going to get to information. Hey, Chrissy, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you doing?
So, hey, I just wanted to pop you on here while we're waiting for the crowds to finish clearing out, because I don't want to jump off until we know everybody's safe and sound. But why don't you give everybody a little rundown on the last 48 hours of the investigation that you were doing, calling the police departments and everything, because I'd like people to understand a little bit about our process and how we produce over here and make sure that we're getting Douglas the best information.
Hold on one sec.
What are you doing over there?
Wait a minute. I'm having issues. Wait a second. Okay, go ahead. I'm back. Okay. So
no. Yeah, I had said, why don't you just explain to people a little bit about the process you went through the last 48 hours calling police departments and stuff like that, because we're always trying to get Douglas the best, most accurate information directly from the source that he could run with, and that's what we're trying to deliver our audience, versus just regurgitating what everyone else is saying out there and never knowing where the original source was. So one of the things you did was, there was a Facebook post from Senator Amanda Chase. Doug did an interview with her yesterday. I suggest everybody go watch that after this is over. She had put out a Facebook post that went viral. It had a lot of information about government plants in the crowd and people being arrested for wearing militia patches and everything. And you were able to get her on the phone, set up an interview. We interviewed her. We were able to find out, some of what she said came from some sources she had, but a lot was her opinion as a patriot. We don't fault her for that, but that's always the key, is to figure out where the info comes from, and separate fact from fiction from opinion. So why don't you just let everybody know a little bit about the process you went through while you were conducting that investigation?
Well, I mean, basically, I just went through her statement and then decided to try and get a hold of some, law enforcement, some of the police, the different agencies. So it was the Capitol Police, Richmond PD, and then the state police. And, I just basically, had to try and figure out who to call. The problem was that it was on a Saturday night, of course, when all this was kind of going down. So, everything was pretty much recordings, trying to get somebody on the record. And then I finally was able to get through yesterday and I can't remember his name offhand. What was his name? It was Lieutenant Poplio, yeah. Lieutenant Poplio. He was with the Richmond PD. So I basically just interviewed him, a little bit, and I just said, hey, listen, is any of this statement, I told him about the post and everything and quoted him, and he said, no, he said he hadn't heard any kind of directive as far as clothing goes, because that was one of the things, because we were thinking, hey, if Doug or anybody has a flag insignia, saying that they are a 3%er or anything like that, I mean, are they going to just start randomly arresting people? And so he said no, that they hadn't, heard that he's the one that told me about the, how the masks, you can't hide your face in Virginia because that's a felony. So he's the one that, he basically told me that. And I asked him if he'd had any kind of directive from Department of Homeland Security or, any other agencies. And that's when he said, okay, well, you should get a hold of the Capitol Police, the public relations officer, because, they're the people that are pretty much in control over this whole, the protocols and everything that's going on at the rally. So anyway, I tracked that number down, and I got a hold of this guy. He was from the Capitol. He was actually the public relations officer, and his name was Joe Masinka, and he's with the Capitol Police. And this guy, first I just, was asking him, what protocols do you have going on for the rally as far as arresting people. Well, he of course tells me to go to the website, which we had already done that. And then I asked him, I was questioning him about, the militia, the clothing and what any kind of directives that he might have got. And he was like, directives, what are you talking, and sort of like, how dare I ask that? I mean, this is the thing. I totally understand why, law enforcement can't describe and I did try to get him to tell me what his plan was at the end, just because he pissed me off so bad. But I mean, the bottom line is that I know that they can't describe exactly what their strategies are for this type of a thing. But I'm asking specifically about, are you going to arrest people that are, either have 3%, anyway, the clothing and all of that. And then I actually read him the statement that the senator, put on her Facebook page, and he just did not like that. He basically was like, I'm not going to comment on anything that she might, that might be her perception, or, and he just went off on me for a couple minutes about that. So ultimately I just kept pressing him, well, are you going to be able, are you going to protect, patriots that are there that's what I asked, and he was like, I can't believe that you're calling me, and so I kind of laughed because it was, he was getting so mad at me for even questioning, what they would be doing. And so anyway, ultimately he said, well, this conversation is over, and he hung up on me. So whatever.
Well, and Chrissy, I think we should give the audience a firsthand view of you in your bathrobe, actually talking to.
Oh no! I know. He happens to call me, and I'm like sitting there with my bathrobe. I'm like, oh my god, this is embarrassing.
Well,
You're not
going
to do that, are you?
Yeah, let's put it up. I mean, part of what.
All right.
Part of what we've always been trying to do here is be very transparent with the audience, just like with the money they donated for the border investigation. Instead of just putting out the edited micro documentaries that we did, and actually we have a 90-minute piece coming out soon, we also gave everyone the full interview. So I like people to see this because I think, one, we're showing our process, and two, for anyone else who wants to end up going out there and launching their own channels, doing their own investigative journalism, their own independent media, it's not super hard to do. The key is pick issues that are important to you, try to delve down and get as close to the source as possible. Don't just read something on one blog and then run with that as your own narrative. You have to say, wait a second. If someone is saying people with militia patches are going to get arrested, well, where did that come from? Was it an article? Was it something the governor said? Was it something the police chief said? Where did it come from? And then try to find that source and confirm it, because if you can and you put out the factual information, then you're actually doing a service and not just entertaining, but actually putting out real news bulletins and really educating people. And always separate fact from your opinion. And if you do that and you say, here are the facts as we know them today, here's my opinion based on my professional experience and what gives me the ability to have an opinion, formulate an opinion on this or analysis, then it's all going to be good. So let me jump over to this video of Chrissy real quick in action while she is talking to the sergeant.
Protocols are going to be for moving forward in for tomorrow. There has been actually some posts that have been kind of put on social media by Senator Amanda Chase that says that pretty much, anybody that is wearing any kind of insignia or patch or symbol on their clothing that they're going to be that they belong to the militia, and something goes wrong, you could or will be held as a domestic terrorist. That is a quote from her post, and I'm just trying to confirm that, or find out what exactly the protocols are that you guys have been given for tomorrow's gun rally.
So we haven't been notified, to my knowledge, of anything about that. So that will probably be a state police issue. So I'll probably try and get in contact with them.
Okay, so as far as you know, that's not what you guys have been told.
Yeah, Richmond PD, to my knowledge, has not been told that.
Okay, and what's your name again? Sorry.
Sure. Lieutenant Papaleo, Papaleo.
Okay. And the other question that I had was, you know, do you know if they're, oh God, I'm completely blanking here.
Well, one of the things I'll tell you as you think about it is, if you're going to post anything, let them know that they're wearing a mask. Anything that hides their identity will not be tolerated.
Okay.
So that will be something they will be approached about, and wearing of a mask is actually a felony, so...
Right. So, and if you're in... So, as far as I understand it, the way the situation is they've got an area portioned off, correct?
Well, the Capitol grounds are portioned off, but Richmond Police Department is still enforcing the mask rule, so that's within the city itself. That's a city ordinance. I mean, excuse me, it's state law, but the city's enforcing it.
Okay. So basically, anybody outside the fenced area can carry a weapon, but people that are going on the actual campus grounds cannot, correct?
Correct. That is correct.
Okay. And then the other question I had was the people, they were going to do this lobby day, right, where they were supposed to be able to go into the Capitol, talk to politicians. Are they not holding any session anymore? I mean, that was
Again, that's going to be a state question. I don't know if they have session tomorrow. I would assume they don't, being that it's Martin Luther King Day. It's a state holiday.
Oh, gosh, I didn't even think of that. Well, do you have a number for the state police that I can call? Somebody that I can call?
What I would do, I don't have it, but all you have to do is just Google Richmond State Police Media Relations. They'll have all the information. So the watch commanders are limited on what they know.
Okay.
But the media relation folks should be able to help you out.
And are you guys going to be, you know, manning? You guys are going to be basically controlling that area, right? It's the city police, you guys over, or you know, are all the factions of police agencies going to be involved?
Well, yes and no. You're going to have Capitol Police there. Some of that property belongs to VCU in the area, so VCU will be there, and of course, state police will be there.
Okay, so all three of you. Okay, and did you guys get any directive from Department of Homeland Security at all about all these groups? You didn't.
We did not. No.
And do you guys know about anything with Antifa showing up and Black Lives Matter, the Black Panther group? Do you guys were you given any kind of directives regarding them?
We haven't got any directives, but we'll always operate as if there's going to be some type of disturbance. So if they do show up and create any disturbances, we'll be prepared for it.
Okay, and in what way will you be prepared? Can you just tell me? I mean, are you going to be? What does that mean exactly?
Well, it depends on what actions are done. If it's something that they act out in violence, obviously arrests will be made. If it's something where they're being disruptive and we can move them on from the area, we'll just move them on from the area. We're not here to stop anybody's constitutional rights, but we still have to enforce the laws.
Right, and you know, okay, I guess that's all I have. So, thanks for calling me back. I appreciate it.
Not a problem.
Okay, good luck out there. All right.
So, Chrissy, we got to see you in action doing some research for Doug.
In my pajamas. That's so embarrassing. Well, no, I didn't expect to get a call back from him so quickly. And so I was like sitting there. I'm like, oh, I guess anyway. So, yes, I'm working 24/7, people.
Yeah, I know. She had a video from the other night, edited together of all the messages she left. Right now, we're looking at what appears to be a live shot. the last few things that that we saw, it seems like people are shutting their live streams down now. People seem to be wrapping up, so it appears that all this has happened without any incident. I will admit that you know, I was actually quite worried that something terrible was going to happen.
Oh, me too. Well, you and I spoke. I mean, I was so stressed out the last like 2.5, 3 weeks because, Doug. Listen, Doug's a warrior. He's gonna go into the fire no matter what it is. And I was just terrified that something was gonna happen. That the way they had it situated, the way they had it, boxed in. No weapon. Nobody's allowed to have a weapon there. And then when he did the tour yesterday, I was like, oh my God! Like, and even he was saying this doesn't seem right. So I really was worried, and I'm grateful that nothing did happen. I honestly, think maybe because there were guns there, people that were carrying. Listen. Bottom line is the Antifa and Black Lives, they're a bunch of pussies anyway. I mean, sorry to say, most of them are sitting in their mommy's basements, I just don't, anyway. And I think those and they're being paid. So if they're going to go there and get, really hurt, they're not going to show up. But if they can show up like in Portland or Seattle and start attacking U.S. citizens with no weapons, then they'll go and do that because, that's the cowards that they are. But, if they're going to face actual real opposition, they're not going to show up.
No,
and I was really worried.
Yeah, and I would say, look, a few years ago when Antifa started showing up, really building up when President Trump went on his thank you tour right after he won, leading through to his 100-day rally in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, I used to go dressed up as Trump. And then we would film man on the street stuff. So I would pretend to be against Trump so I could get into the Antifa pits because I was trying to start to see firsthand where these people came from. All of a sudden, you're in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and there's 300 Antifa. You start to ask yourself, where did they come from? Or you're in Louisville, Kentucky, or you're in Nashville.
Yeah.
And what I what I found in there, number one, none of them would talk to me because they don't know anything about politics. Generally, and this is research I've done and other things I've watched and my own work talking to them, a lot of them are like dead-eyed, literal like meth addicts. And I personally believe, remember, you take someone like Soros who has a group called the Open Societies Foundation. From there, he has tentacles spread far and wide with hundreds of organizations he controls worldwide. George Soros moved $18 billion out of his personal family hedge fund, that's where he makes all his money, over to his political arm in October 2017. That was widely reported, even by CNN and everyone else. So $18 billion has been at work the last 3 years on the ground in political operations. So yes, Soros through his groups will hire people, and James O'Keefe, a Project Veritas, confirmed a lot of this as well, who are Alinsky-style community organizers, paid political operatives, mercenaries, and then those people will be the on-the-ground managers of what they recruit to be the people with masks and bats and everything else. And I'm a strong believer that a lot of those kind of kids are homeless, they're runaways, they live in the homeless tent cities. They're recruiting them, paying them with drugs, paying them with a little bit of money, and they bring them in as mercenaries on the ground to fight and to create this appearance that it's a big organized network. Yes, the political operatives are organized and they're paid very well, but the rank and file boots on the ground are not. We know that there's been a lot of liberal professors, college students that are tied into this network, but that's on the upper end. So the guys who go out and throw the Molotov cocktails and spray people with pepper spray and spit on the police, those ones are like literally drug addicts. They know nothing about politics. They just know they got paid with drugs or money to go there and act up. It's the same thing we saw under Barack Obama with Black Lives Matter, with Occupy Wall Street. Those were AstroTurf movements, not grassroots movements. And what would happen in those particular situations, people like Soros would put money in. And if you were going to do a BLM rally in Baltimore, you would bus in Bloods and Crips street gangs from places like Atlanta and tell them, don't worry, we control the local mayor and the local police chief. You're not going to get arrested. Burn the city down, and your payment is you can loot, and you can steal shoes and TVs and all the other stuff that you see going on in these civil unrest type of situations. So they bus them from other cities because a normal person isn't going to burn down their own block, you know, their own town. So a lot of the cases like in Ferguson, in Baltimore, where you saw the aftermath where some poor lady had her hairdresser shop burned, her nail shop burned, the flower shop burned. You say to yourself, well, a kid on the block isn't going to burn down his own city. They're bringing people from other areas to come in. It's the same thing where I asked Doug earlier about if he ever believed that the military or the majority of military or enough of them would turn on the people if commanded to do so. And my personal belief with that is no, probably not necessarily. I don't think, go back to the days of the Tea Party, that sons and daughters would be turning their weapons on their parents and on their grandparents. But as we know, they've recruited a lot of illegal aliens into the military over the years with promise they get citizenship. Well, those are the same kind of people we see on the streets killing people in the United States. If you have no connection to our culture and to our people, that would be very easy to turn those kind of people against the populace. The same way we hear about UN forces being here. Well, if I wanted to crowd control American citizens, I would bring in UN forces from countries and places that generally don't like us anyway, or they have some kind of stereotype against American citizens. And those are the people that you would use to do this. That's why I had asked them about the police as well. If they got a completely unconstitutional order that violates their oath to the Constitution and their oath to serve and protect the citizens, would they actually turn against the people? If Governor Northam, and I'm not talking about today. Today there was a state of emergency. The advocacy groups, Virginia Citizens Defense League, Gun Owners America, they brought this up to the Virginia Supreme Court. Virginia Supreme Court ruled against blocking this gun ban on the Capitol property. So the cops were there. They were doing crowd control. They were doing what they were told to do. That's different, I think, than let's see what would happen if Northam passed a bill and then told the police to start knocking on doors and rounding up guns.
Well, then you're really in trouble because, I mean, a lot of people in the chat box, of course, they were like, hey, man, they'll take it from my cold, dead hands. And, you know, what is that going to do? It's not going to, you know, your family's going to get killed. I mean, are people really going to, you know, hold on to their guns as they see their family getting shot or something like that? I mean, that's the thing. You know, I mean, it's easy to talk in a chat box. But
and I've always been a strong believer in this is why you need to stop these bills before they're passed, or you have to be funded enough to be able to file lawsuits against them when they're passed, challenge them in court as unconstitutional, as President Trump should order his attorney general to do if Northam ends up signing an unconstitutional gun grab bill. And you challenge him in court, and you take it up to Supreme Court. And because it's a civil rights issue, it'll work its way to the Supreme Court very quickly. And that's how you beat this constitutionally, because I try to close my eyes and put myself in a real situation. If in the state of Tennessee here, they passed the gun grab, and then they ordered the local police to start going around and collecting people's guns, the doorbell rings. You're sitting there having dinner I'm sitting there with my wife, my kids having dinner, my dog's there. I open the door. There's two young cops, 24 and 27. I know one of them because he's my neighbor. The other is a soccer coach on my kid's team. And they say, Dustin, we got the list. It frickin' sucks, man, but I got to take the AR and the AK and this and that. And then it goes through your head. I mean, what are you going to do? The neighbors are looking out the doors. They have no clue. They're not political. They don't even know there's a gun grab. And they're watching you, and you go into your bedroom, you open your gun safe, you come out, and you shoot these two young cops dead on your front porch. And then the SWAT shows up. They're going to kill you, maybe your family, or you're going to go to prison. And for the rest of your life, your kids are going to say, yeah, my dad was the crazy guy who, killed everybody on the front porch in front of the neighbors. So you don't want it to ever get that far. This is why you need to organize and block these bills, challenge these bills in court before we get to the point where the gun grab comes. Because if the gun grab comes in that fashion, the majority of people are going to make a decision to actually stand down.
Right, exactly. And I mean, listen, I get it. I mean, people they love their guns. I mean, I totally understand it. And I think that what we have to do as far as what we are doing here on this show and, with Freedom Force Media, which is the other Freedom Force TV thing that Dustin and I are doing as well, is to start organizing in communities, because you have to start at the local level, at the city level, and you have to get, even if you just had 5 or 6 or 10 people in your community willing to follow this stuff and go to the town halls and start speaking out and start getting the information out. That's the only way that we're going to try and stop this kind of stuff from happening. Short of that, then they'll just get rid of it. I mean, like, that Cory Booker, and you remember he said he was going to rewrite the Constitution. I mean, you're going to get one of these radicals in office, and then we are screwed, and forget it. The Democrats and the rhinos that follow them, I mean, their goal is globalism. I mean, let's face it right now. And, the bottom line is that they'll get rid of the Constitution in a heartbeat. That's why they're trying to get, socialism is great, big government. We'll give you $1,000 a month to live on. Are you serious? How many of you could live on $1,000 a month? I certainly couldn't. So, the time is to right now, while we have the time, while Trump is in office. That's why it's so important, I think, for him to be reelected. Okay. There are some things that he does that I don't like, that I'm very aware of, but ultimately we need this next 4 years to mobilize our grassroots movement, start teaching people how to take over their communities, and start paying attention to who it is that we are sending to DC. DC doesn't care. There's people in the chat box, well, why don't we just do a big rally in DC? Listen, everyone in DC, politicians, media, everybody, they're all on the take. They don't give a shit about America. They don't give a shit about us. They don't give a shit about our Constitution. They subvert it every single day, 20 million times a day, in every which way, and they create laws in order to subvert it, in order to do whatever their agenda is, whether it's the criminal, working with the cartel, allowing that stuff to happen, the gun running. So people have to realize the government is gone, basically. So we have to figure a way to start networking and start teaching and start taking control over our local communities. And that's the only way we're going to save this republic, or at least maybe have a new republic that, based on America first, because that's what it should be. I mean, we shouldn't even be involved in all these other, the world. They talk about, we have to be the world. We have to be part of that community. Who said that? The founding fathers didn't. I mean, it's just crazy. King George III, he was trying to take away their guns. He basically wanted to limit what the colonists could use, could have, could own. And that was part of this too. And that's why, they were like, hey, we want our own government that we can hold people accountable. Well, now our government is so corrupt and there's so many people, we can't. So, it's up to us to really think about the next generation, right? I mean, Dustin, your kids, what kind of a country do you want to leave them?
Well,
and that's what
I just want to
thank
Cinderella Graham for the super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing some people in the chat saying they will not stand down. Maybe a few might. The majority will raise the BS flag. Look, I was just going to say, one of my neighbors, very conservative family, 4 young children. They raise them the right way. They go hunting since they're like 5 years old and all that kind of stuff. I'm telling you right now, husband owns a business. The mom raises the kids, both college educated, very conservative, nice people. No, if the laws passed in Tennessee and 2 young cops from the neighborhood were told to go take his guns, that guy would not take out a shotgun and blow cops away in front of his children. And that's the majority. I know a lot of people want to believe that will happen, but that's why I said I'm not telling people to comply. What I'm telling you is we need to stop these laws before they pass. You need to be ready to file the lawsuits. You have to support groups like Virginia Citizens Defense League, Gun Owners of America, even the NRA, these groups that are willing to file the lawsuits and to challenge these bills on their unconstitutionality. That's how you have to do it. And we have to hold President Trump's feet to the fire, do things like the guest we had on earlier who talked about using some of these existing laws like USC Title 18, Section 242, and being able to get these things to President Trump and to your congressman. And that's what we have to do. It's about organizing now, and then when the time comes, rallying like we did today, a show of force. But again, these politicians know that tomorrow you have to go back to work. They know the average person who was there today who did not live in Virginia that spent $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 to fly them and their wife into town, get a hotel room, have to go out to eat, stand around. They can only, most people probably gave up their vacation to go there. So they can only do that once or twice a year. People can't sit there and camp out in Virginia, for the rest of their life. So that's generally what the politicians know. Look, I'll give you, for instance, it was like 7 or 8 years ago, Peter Schweitzer, he writes for Breitbart. He's written a number of books. He did the whole Clinton Cash book. He had written a book and exposed the fact that the politicians were legally doing insider trading. They literally could call a private committee meeting with the head of J.P. Morgan Chase, ask him a bunch of questions, and then go and buy the stock or short the stock. They were doing that legally. He gets it out there far and wide. At the time, Fox News was still pretty good. They publish the information. Congress says, oh my God, we didn't know that. They pass a law, and they end up blocking themselves from insider trading. They waited like 2 months. I actually believe it was Christmas Eve. They passed another law that then made it where they didn't have to report their investments. Therefore, they were allowed to do insider trading because their federal filing forms don't show exactly what they're doing. So they just wait you out. The left, the cabal, the progressives, the Marxists, they work in unison. They've been attacking this country for the last 100 years using cultural Marxism, using the Federal Reserve, IRS, other things they developed and created. And they stick together for the most part. They work together for the most part. It's our side that fights with each other over every single issue. And we can't stick together for a long-term movement. And the left they just want to destroy the United States, and they are solidified around that. They're organized, they're strategized, and they continue their long march forward. I would recommend doing a lot of research on Saul Alinsky, read Rules for Radicals. Not only that, actually, I might upload these to Doug's channel, but there's a documentary series including him. It's very hard to get. I've studied him over the years. This man set a lot into motion of what you're seeing today. He was able to start this progressive march towards complete divide and conquer until the whole United States started to eat itself alive. And he accomplished it. That is what we're seeing today. Whether it be, Antifa, all the way down to the drag queen story hour. Saul Alinsky is responsible for a lot of this stuff.
Well, yeah, and people in the chat box, oh my God, there's all this, infighting in the chat box. They're talking about, Muslims, Jewish, blah, blah. You have to understand, people. Social media, we're using it because it's the only way for us to get our word out right now. But social media, it has been, I think, the #1 destructor of America, because people they can hide behind a fake thing, they can say whatever they want, and they breed the hate and the division, and that's how they do it. And then you go and you watch these stupid liberal television, the mainstream media, of course, they're bought off and paid for, and they're controlled. Everything is controlled, and these people, all these different factions, are controlled, and it's just it's so out of control, and I don't know what to think at this point. But we have to really start seeing through the forest through the trees. You know what I mean? Like, you really have to start paying attention to when they spin something. I mean, like, I don't understand. What they're trying to do now, as far as like mainstream media, Democrats and the rhinos and these people that are, reporting on this rally, they're trying to equate being white, being a patriot equals white supremacy. I mean, that's what this whole messaging is for the day. White supremacy. They had supposedly these 3 arrests a couple of days before. Give me a break. You know what? How in the last 50, I'm not even going to say that. In the last 10 years, how often do you see that kind of shit going on? I mean, come on, people. Pay attention to the false flags, the fake arrests, the fake, what is the message for this week? This message for this week was, white supremacy equals patriotism. So, that's what they're going with. And we all know it's a bunch of bullshit, but, the idea is that you have to start paying attention. And when people say that, call it out, and turn off mainstream media. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I mean, they twist everything. And, I'm going to be doing a series soon about, how Hollywood, is part of the political propaganda machine. I mean, it's in everything. The only show that I can actually watch that doesn't have anything political, which is like embarrassing to say, but a paranormal show. Somebody's ghost hunting. Nobody's looking for anything political, But anyway. It's ridiculous.
DeWitt Straight Laces says, Mr. Gold's, Mr. Gold, I feel old. Mr. Gold's hypotheticals are basically reaffirming the police take their barking orders from constitutional seditionists. Look, I asked Doug about this earlier, from his own personal experience as a police officer and military where, he would draw the line. Obviously, when Doug was in the military and in law enforcement, I don't think he was following politics as much as he does now that he's trying to cover the news and bring you the truth. So, you have to remember, as we're seeing this unfold, what's happened in the FBI, the DOJ, the CIA with, Spygate, Russiagate, the coup, all this stuff we're looking at. And then all the way down to what you would see in Charlottesville and Virginia, all these things going on now. Just because you're law enforcement or just because you're military doesn't even mean that you read or studied the Constitution or that you follow politics. These guys work a job, they collect a paycheck, they go home to their wife and kids. Law enforcement, that's their biggest concern. They want to make it home to their families at night. My father was a police officer. Been a private investigator for many years. I grew up around cops, first responders, firemen. A lot of my family were in that business. So, just because they're a law enforcement officer doesn't mean they studied the Constitution and that they follow the news and politics or even consider themselves conservative or liberal or Republican or Democrat. And what you're seeing in law enforcement, DOJ and everything else, we hear about rank and file are decent people. Yeah, the rank and file aren't the ones plotting conspiracies to overthrow the government.
It's the leadership.
Yeah, they're the guys that are making, $40,000 to $75,000 a year. And when you work, let's say, for instance, take the police department. Let's look at New York City. One of the most famous cops that tried to rat everything out in the days was Frank Serpico. Great movie with Al Pacino about him. You should watch it. But Frank Serpico was like one of all of them that didn't want to go on the take and didn't want to take money and didn't want to be part of the system. He went to the prosecutors. He went to the police chiefs. He tried to expose it all and found out that the majority of them were actually on the take as well. So in the world we live in today, especially over the last few years, where we're starting to almost normalize treason, sedition, corruption, and criminality because we haven't seen indictments of the James Comeys, the Andrew McCabe's, the John Brennans, the James Clappers, the Peter Strokes, the Lisa Pages. We haven't seen those indictments. So if I were working in the government and I had information that something horrible was going to happen or they were stealing or taking bribes from the cartel, it would be a very difficult choice for me when I went home and talked to my wife about it if I was going to come out and say anything, because if there's no one that you trust to take them down, by you becoming a whistleblower, you're endangering yourself, your life. You could be Hillary Clinton Arkansas it, or they'll fire you and you lose your paycheck. And three, if we believe mainstream media is completely controlled and social media is being censored, where are you going to get your message out? Is Fox News going to put you on? Is CNN going to put you on? Is MSNBC going to put you on? So a lot of these guys that are police officers, one, either they don't study politics and that's not their thing anyway, and they probably didn't even read the Constitution like the majority of our elected officials. But the guys that are honest, once you're in that job and you realize how corrupt things are, how controlled they are, who are you going to whistleblow to?
Right, right.
If you can't get on the media,
there's nobody,
and you can't trust.
You can't go to your sergeant. You can't go. Yeah, but you can't go to your sergeant. You can't go to your chain of command. And you can't go above him because it's sad. I mean, and it's hard and like. So you feel bad for them, for people that are in that position. So it's easy for us to sit here and say, oh, well, don't sell out, blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, people that go into law enforcement and other areas of serving the public, I mean, they do it, I think, because, first of all, they're passionate about helping people. And second of all, they want to protect people. And they don't realize, listen, when you're 21, 22 years old and you're joining the police academy and you get in and you think you're just going to kick ass and it's going to be like, you're Jack Bauer on 24, that's what people think. But, once you get in there, you see every single, I would say, I don't know, every single faction of anything. Police or, in the federal, state. I mean, there's always going to be corruption on a certain level, no matter where you work these days. But I mean, can you imagine, you're supposed to be reporting to your superior and everything, and then you find something out and you want to, there's nothing you can do. You're boxed in, what can you do? So then, it's like you have to have an exit strategy, but.
All right. So I think what we're gonna do. I mean, I've been checking some feeds, and it looks like pretty much everything has died down. For people that want to know where Doug is, Doug has been on since I think like 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. He wrapped up a little while ago. The cell signals were dropping there. He called in via phone. We took some callers, for people that are tuning in now. The rally speeches ended roughly 2 hours ago. The lobby day portion is done. The Capitol grounds, where we showed yesterday in the tour, the whole place that was surrounded by barricades has been pretty much cleared out. It's peaceful. Doug found a couple suspicious people. So did some of his other streamer allies. The police kind of escorted those people out. There was no real pushing, no shoving, nothing crazy. So as of right now, I think there might be a couple guys left streaming. I know American Joe and others were having some problems. So you might want to check out those feeds. We were showing roughly all the local news feeds. The aerial views look like they've all been shut down. Everybody's wrapping up and packing it in for the day. So I think we're going to sign off because there's really no point in us continuing to talk.
Yeah.
We were doing it because we were waiting to make sure everyone got out of there. But right now, it roughly even looks like they might be running a loop of some older stuff. So we want to thank everyone again who donated to help Doug with the travel and hotel and everything else. We were able to purchase equipment that he used from the ground, wireless mics and other things. We're always investing in new equipment that you guys are helping fund. Our broadcast software, our streaming bandwidth, everything else that we've done to make all this happen. Chrissy doing research over the last week, getting stuff to Doug, myself putting everything together and producing. All that, comes from your donations and contributions. And we really thank you from the bottom of our heart because we are building this independent media platform. Our next step is going to be to build an app and start to give a home to a number of these other independent journalists. We are all seeking the truth. We may not all agree on policy, on every single issue, but that's fine. The idea is to seek the truth, separate fact from fiction, from opinion, and bring you unfiltered, unscripted content from the ground, as we're doing in our border documentary, as we did today, as we've done from Politicon, and that's what we are building here. So thank you all. God bless you all. And if Doug has any additional updates, we will go live and send out an email. I know he might be meeting up with American Joe and some other people tonight. and over the next couple days. So we will probably end up going live from those events. And then he will be heading to Nashville, where I am, to speak at a veterans conference in a couple of days, and we're trying to get permission to stream that as well. God bless you all. Have a great day.
Thank you to everybody.
And thank you very much from the Douglas Ducote Show.
I, Douglas Ducote, an American patriot by the grace of God, do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America from enemies foreign